Oh yeah, baby. It's Big Brain Saturday. You know how we get down. Make sure you go grab your plantain, your popcorn, your kale chips. We in for another one, baby. We in for another one. I got Dr. Enqi in the building. Yes, sir. Dr. Enqi is here. We're going to talk about it all. You know, we got to talk about Lord Jamar and that flat earth theory. We got to talk about it. Before we get to anything else, I need to know what's going on with this flat earth theory. A lot of slander thrown at Lord Jamar, brand Nubian. We cannot have that. We cannot have that. Or maybe we can.
Black people have been wrong. Black people have been wrong. Black people have been wrong. As I said earlier, for knowledge of self. For knowledge of self.
Hotep. I'm your host and with God. Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus. Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Oh, this a real Hotep brother. Oh, this a real Hotep brother.
I'm your host and with God. Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus. Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Oh, this a real Hotep brother. Oh, this a real Hotep brother.
Hotep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with a special edition, another special edition of the Griff Report. I'm your host, Hotep Jesus.
Hotep Jesus.
And we are back with the world-renowned, the astound, the remarkable, the epic, the master teacher, Sonetta alum, Dr. Enqi is in the house. Yes, sir. Shout out to Hotep Shalom with the gifted sub. Appreciate you. Dr. Enqi, welcome back to the channel. How you feeling?
Peace.
How you feeling, brother?
Hey, I'm feeling good.
Okay.
I'm happy to be here. I'm pleased to be welcomed onto the platform. Hotep to all of the Hotepistan family.
Salute.
Hotep.
Absolutely. We got a lot to get into. I want to dive right into it. But first and foremost, I saw you the other day slandering the beloved Lord Jamar, brand Nubian.
Wow. Is that how we set the precept for that?
We got to talk about it. One of our greats. We got two greats, two titans clashing on the topic of flat earth theory. How dare you talk about Lord Jamar like this? Is this warranted, Dr. Enqi, the slander that you have thrown at the name of Lord Jamar the other day? I saw it. We didn't get no science from you. All we got was jokes, laughs, and giggles. I told you I was upset about it. Was this warranted, sir?
Let me say this. There is no science to be delivered.
Wow.
On the conversation of flat earth. There's no science to be delivered. So now maybe some of the people at home don't understand. They're like, hold up, wait a minute. Because I know the people that probably are still flat earthers, they're like, wait a minute, there's a lot of science that proves blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably people watching that's like, wait a minute, what you mean? You've been telling us that you've been dropping the science on how the earth is round for blah, blah, blah. This is why I'm saying there is no science left to explain.
Wow.
Flat earth started with a guy named Eric Dubois, something to that effect.
Okay.
You guys can Google him, look him up. You know, that's the guy's name. He's the Jesus of the flat earth community. He is the Messiah. He is he's the Sonetta. He's the guy of the flat earth universe.
Right.
Now, since he started, right, there's a gold standard There's a gold standard that he set. He set a gold standard that could never be disproven or actually proven. There's no way that anybody could ever prove to him, thus to the flat earth community, that the earth is actually a sphere, because the only way it would be possible to do that is to actually go to Antarctica. And you can't go to Antarctica because if you go to Antarctica, aliens, aliens have set up bases on Antarctica. And because aliens have set up bases on Antarctica, and because the aliens have made deals with the Masons, the aliens and the Masons have paid off the world governments so that anybody that approaches Antarctica will get shot on the spot. Yo, that sound effect was so perfectly well timed. So Eric has laid this this foundation that all of the other flat earth arguments stand on. And for the people that don't know, the reason why Eric has laid this foundation, this unbreakable foundation about Antarctica, is because the world, if the world is a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means you'd be able to go to the South Pole during the Christmas season, right? Because we know that, especially those of us that have been listening to the information, and we know that the sun goes down below the southern line December 22nd, and then it's reborn after the 3 days, and it's reborn on the 20th. We've heard that rhetoric from so many different people. We know, okay, or we should know anyway, if you go down to Antarctica and the world is actually a sphere, first things first, you will not fall off the edge of the earth, nor will you be able to see the edge of the earth. But more importantly than that, should you happen to get down to Antarctica and not get killed by the aliens, the Masons, or the government officials that work for the aliens and Masons, you should, in fact, be able to see the sun never set, because you're at the South Pole. And so you should be able to technically see the sun indefinitely. There should be no sunset at the South Pole because the world has an axis that it spins on, if it's a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So the gold standard for proof that the world is a sphere was actually set by Eric. Eric said the only way anybody could ever prove that the world is a sphere is by going to Antarctica and filming at least a minimum of 24 hours straight that the sun does not set. And so what happened this Christmas, guys? All of the flat earthers got a treat. This Christmas, folks went down to Antarctica. This Christmas, folks went down to Antarctica and filmed the 24-hour sun.
Wow.
And live streamed it.
Oh, snap.
And live streamed it. So there is no, so here's the problem. And this is where Lord Jamar looks like even more of a goofball than, than words could even capitulate. Words can't even, there aren't adjectives to accurately frame him.
Mm-hmm.
when you, and this is what I try to explain this to people, especially in the health space, because there are a lot of people that are not researching. They're just remixing. They scan YouTube to find an interesting video, watch that video 2 or 3 times, get the lingo down pat, and then go live to broadcast that information to their audience because they know that their audience probably has not heard that lingo yet.
Okay.
So then they call that research. So Lord Jamar not only proved that he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to flat Earth because the world is not flat. He proved that he doesn't believe in any sciences that come from our ancestors, because our ancestors never taught that the world was flat. So that's where I have a bigger problem, and we'll have the conversation on that. I don't like when information clashes. That's a big pet peeve of mine. Like people that, for years, people saw me online. And I single-handedly dismantled the Amun-Ra squad after years of one dagger after another, pun intended.
Damn. Shots fired again.
Yeah. Well, they know what it is. You know what I'm saying? I proved that Unc couldn't read, and just, I just highlighted that they were teaching white supremacy in the Black community, and that they were really on payroll. And that's how Jabari got busted out, because we found out Jabari been on payroll this whole time. See, people don't understand that the most important thing that you have is your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the government conspiracy is. The government conspiracy is to colonize your mind. People don't understand how serious that is. They're looking all over the place, and that's by design. They're distracted. But my point is, if you're teaching, like, for instance, we're going to get into it, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, but then you're also saying you're a Kemetic scholar. You cannot. That's oil and water. Those things don't go together. You cannot represent Kemet and represent Charles Darwin, because those two things, that's not what the Kemetic science, that's not how the Kemetic science says people got on this planet. They didn't say that people came from monkeys or apes or cousins of great apes, because what happens is when you beat people up scholastically, what they do is they go back to the drawing board and try to revamp the same argument with different wording. So, it was originally we came from the monkeys, and then after that it was no, we're not monkeys, we're apes. And then after that it's no, we're great apes. And then after that it was no, we have a common ancestor with the great apes. See how the flag, the line just keeps getting,
They're moving the goalposts.
Moving the goalposts. That's So you can't be a Kemetic scholar and also be a believer or proponent or teacher of the Darwinian. So anybody that's promoting flat Earth, you immediately are an enemy of the state, as far as I'm concerned. You're automatically an enemy of Kemet. You're automatically with the ops, because those things don't go together. Not only can you really actually be an agent of mass distraction, but just on a surface level, that's not, you don't understand what the pyramid is. You can't understand what the pyramid represents if you're talking about flat Earth. So and then there are some goofballs floating around the internet that says, oh, no. In ancient Kemet, they were teaching flat Earth. Look at this picture of Shu, Geb, and Tefnut. This right here is a depiction of flat Earth. And I just be wanting to sometimes reach through the camera and just, but 2025, I'm trying to make myself a better person every year. So, I have to refrain from putting those types of thoughts out into the universe. But the bottom line, though, is, that was the end of that. Eric set the gold standard of proof. Folks done put up a huge amount of money because that cost a lot of money to do what they did. They went down there with drones. They had about 10, 15 cameras running at all times, people live streaming on their phones. And it was funded by, I gotta say, he has to have some money. I don't know how wealthy he is, but the guy who did it, you know, he had to have some bread because he set out a challenge on the internet. He said, any flat earthers who really believe in flat earth, I will pay for your trip to come with us to Antarctica so we could put this to bed for good.
Mm.
And Candace Owens people was down with it. So I'm sure that Candace Owens, this is going to be a thing in a minute. So we might be early right now. If Candace Owens hasn't already done her big deal on it, then it probably hasn't hit yet. But this is getting ready to hit. This is gonna be a thing because the flat Earth thing it's done. You know, it's over. This might be kind of exclusive, I guess, for some folks. If you know,
breaking news.
Yeah. Because Candace Owens' team went down there with them to film it. Because you know, there's a lot of people that try to say that the Bible teaches that the Earth is flat, and you know, so there's a lot of foolishness.
What side of the argument was Candace Owens on? Was she on the side of sphere or flat?
You know what? I don't know. I know that she's just probably somebody that's curious.
Okay.
She was probably just somebody that was curious and a great opportunity presented itself maybe. You know, I like Candace Owens. I didn't like Candace Owens always. I didn't always like Candace Owens, but I like Candace Owens.
Okay, I don't.
Yeah. I didn't.
She's a horrible person. I'll say it here right now.
I was one of those. I was in that camp for a long time.
I've always been in that camp. No, we're not moving.
I was in that camp for a long time, but you know, over this last political season, I've had to change my perspective on things after I saw what Biden and Kamala were up to, and you know. We've had people like Jabari in the community for all this time. And so it's like, how do we love and trust and look up to Jabari, but then we violate Candace Owens?
I mean, we could violate both of them at the same exact time because they both trash.
Well, I don't know.
And if Biden and Kamala are the bar is too fucking low.
Bro, it's crazy. Listen, Reggie was out here teaching that as a Kemetic scholar. Reggie was out here teaching that they didn't have any tools in ancient Egypt. Yo, this is a Kemetic scholar. They don't have any tools in Egypt. Wait a minute. What do you mean they didn't have any tools? You know, there are pyramids over there. like, you know, there are pyramids over there, right? Yeah, but they only had, very archaic tools. They didn't really have fine tools like now we have. Like, whoa. You know, they invented surgery. They didn't have any surgical tools. They only had tweezers. What?
That's crazy because the Japanese ran an expedition in Egypt. I believe it was the Nippon Corporation, to try and rebuild a miniature period of the same proportions. And they brought all the modern technology and they couldn't do it.
Yeah, because they don't have the... So here's the thing. And hopefully, hopefully people are interested by the end of the show. What me and the team have done is we've created a whole course, a Kemetic naturopathy course.
Mm-hmm. Well, but before we get into that, we got to come back to flat Earth. Okay, I want to talk about density, right? And this thing called gravity, because this came up. You know, things fall up and they float.
Chill. Yo, come on, you gotta relax. Listen. things according to Lord Jamal, things for now. See, listen. How much time do we have today? Do we have like
we got all day.
Okay, good. That's good. That's good. So we can talk about some things and come back around to things, and we've got time to expound on.
We got all day. I done did a 10-hour one with Shaka. So
okay, I don't know if I need 10, but I'm glad we wide open. Okay, so wait,
pause.
Adam Diddy. That might have been crazy. So here's the thing.
Things fall up.
But before we even get to, because I want to hear you go in a little bit on how you feel about it, because it's I value your perspective, but see, here's where I'm coming from, right?
Mm-hmm.
We live in an age now where, and it's by design, people don't read,
right?
So people have an updated cell phone, but they have an outdated mind. They make sure that 3, 4, 5 times a year, they update the software on their phone, but not.
They ain't got the new update in their mind.
Yo, when the last time you read a book from cover to cover? Well, I just bought these books off Amazon. No, that's not what I asked you. When the last time you purchased a book? I said, when's the last time you read a book? See, we're not reading books. And then those of us that are reading, 99% of the people that are reading like urban lit or romance novels. So basically, they're not updating their mind at all. It's just junk that they're adding to their mind. So they don't really understand what the mind is. And so hopefully over the course of today's convo, we'll be able to get into how the mind and the body merge, the space where the mind and the body come together, and why it's important to really build the mind and all the other stuff that's going along with it. But what I'm saying is, we got to think about the society, and I'm going to keep reminding people throughout the course of today's conversation. We live in a world now where Lord Jamar can do this because, and I get people to ask me this all the time, Enqi, when you coming out with some audio books? And I always answer, I say, never. It goes against the brand. Never. See, you don't realize, like when I was a kid, when I was a child, my father was obviously, he must have been a prophet, because his prophecy was magnanimously profunded in the words of our late fighting promoter. Magnanimously profundant was his prediction. I was doing, it must have been like 3rd grade or something, and I was at home doing math homework with a calculator, and my dad flipped. It's like, yo, I'm gonna whoop yo, you don't use no calculator and blah, 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 blah. I mean, he went off, and I couldn't understand it because I wasn't cheating. The teacher said that we could use the calculator. It was a very simple, basic calculator. Now, I don't know the age of everybody watching, but this is before the invention of a cell phone, a laptop, internet. None of that even existed. So calculator was like you felt like you had a vibe going if you owned a calculator as a young man, 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. But he went off. He said the calculators were designed to make people stupid. Calculators were designed to make people stupid, and that this was the government was taking control of people and dumbing people down and brainwashing. And he went to a whole day, mind you, I'm in like 3rd grade. And he's going all the way in. Now, I couldn't really grasp what he was saying at that time fully. Some of it stuck, you know what I'm saying? I tell people all the time, I've been groomed since I was a baby with, the stuff they're just hearing right now is 47 years of it being drilled into my mind. So, but fast forward, and now we in a culture where the adults want the machines, the computers, to read books to them. You don't want to read the book yourself. You want an audio book so that the computer can read the book to you. This is also the same space where people now don't know how to use pen and paper anymore. It's about typing. And now most people use speech to text. Or if they're writing a book or something like that, they use like a Dragon software where they can dictate to the computer and have the computer write out what they're saying. So we don't read anymore. We don't write anymore. We've been stopped counting. There's almost no cashier in America that can process your cash transaction and give you the right change without using the register to do the counting for them. So the computers now count, write, read, and we trust them to do all of our remembering. So all of our phone numbers, birthdays, anything like that, we program that into our phone. And before we had phones to do it, we had little Treos and Blackberries and things like that. We can program our events in so the computers can do our remembering for us. So the computers do our remembering, they do our writing, they do our reading, and they do our counting. And as of 2022, you people all volunteered to start letting the computers do your thinking for you. Oh no, it's AI. You got to try this, Enqi. I'm telling you, it's going to be amazing. No, it's not. First of all, AI does not think. What AI does is AI plugs in the non-reading, non-counting, non-writing, non-remembering people into the information of people that are still reading, writing, counting, and remembering on their own. The computers don't actually invent information. It just stores it and then plugs it into folks that don't have access because they're not reading books. So this is the culture that Lord Jamar can get away with saying that he's researching and dropping science in. He's not researching, he's not dropping science. And I want to shout out all of the people that followed up, because even though I was laughing at him the whole entire video, the gods somehow got their hands on my video. And the nation of gods and earths actually put out their own videos where they actually revoked. Because I was saying in my video, Lord Jamar is no longer a member of the Nation of 5%, officially or even unofficially.
Oh, damn.
Period. Your card is, well, the reason is because it wasn't because he was such an embarrassment, which he was, but that wasn't the reason why I was saying his card should be removed. His card has to be removed the moment that he went against the lessons. So along with being a father, so Father Allah started out with the nation. So the supreme wisdom lessons, that's a core teaching. That's the core base where the lessons come from. So the moment that you start saying, see, this is why I was saying earlier, when your information starts to clash, it's a pet peeve of mine. You cannot say that you are a member of the gods and earths in any shape, form, or fashion, officially or unofficially, and promote flat earth. You can't do both of those things. It's like saying you believe in Kemet and you also believe in chakras. You cannot do those two things at the same time. They don't go together. It's oil and water. The nation of gods and earths, like the Nation of Islam, their core teaching is that the sun is 93 million miles away from the earth. So the moment you begin to ridicule that, not only like disbelieve it and challenge it, anybody can challenge their information, but when you begin to ridicule it, you're ridiculing Father Allah, you're ridiculing Elijah, you're ridiculing Farad Muhammad, you're ridiculing Malcolm X, you're ridiculing the pillars of your said community. So that's why I was saying in my video, oh, no. If he hasn't turned in his card, that has to be revoked. That has to be revoked. That we got to, you stop that. No more Lord. Get that title. That we got to. You just Jamar now. You're just a guy named Jamar that feels like it's appropriate to get high and get drunk on the internet at 60 years old and challenge small white guys to a fight because they're debunking you. Like, that was crazy. So just on a multitude of levels, like, that's what I'm saying. Science is the last thing that you need to really address what we saw with Lord Jamar. Because the first thing that we need to deal with is Black men. And it's not like a race card thing. It's just, as Black men, we have to stop looking a certain type of way in public. The Billy Carson, that right there, like, that should have been a wake-up call. But Lord Jamar, you know, like, at least Billy Carson took his whooping, you know, with some decorum. You know, he excused himself, you know, even though he got crazy and started stalking people 3 o'clock in the morning and fake lawsuits and all. In the heat of the battle, on the battlefield, he excused himself from the podcast, saying, hey, sir, listen, I'm getting washed and I do not appreciate getting washed this way. And I'm going ahead and disengage right now. And Lord Jamar, you know, yo, son, like, and it's just, you know, it's crazy because, you know, you got to say to yourself, Lord Jamar has been a rapper for a long time. And a part of the rap era that he comes from, smoking and drinking is a mainstay. It's a staple. So you got to ask yourself also, you know, how scary is Lord Jamar? Like, when he threatens to slap you, yo, if you was right here right now, I'll slap you. Like, ho. We're in the era of, like, martial arts, MMA training. Like, people fight now. Like, people actually know how to fight. So, you know, like, that's the one thing I learned in jiu-jitsu. When I was in jiu-jitsu, the most important thing I learned was the other people's faces that were in jiu-jitsu that had belts that were, like, way higher than mine. Because I'm looking at some of these people, and these are like grandparents or great-grandparents. These are like geeky computer nerd looking people. Like, these are the people who you would slap, rob, tap pockets, you know, all that language applies, like turn upside down, shake. Like, those types of people are the people that are, like, so it's a different era. I'm not saying Dave is one of those people. Dave, you know, Dave probably, you know, who knows? But I'm just saying, like, as a person who's been smoking probably 5 to 15 blunts a day for 40 years straight, you probably shouldn't threaten to fight anybody. Like, that's just respectfully, you know what I'm saying? Now, as a Black man, I'm 47. When I was a boy, Lord Jamar was an adult. I'm gonna say that again. I'm 47. When I was a boy, Lord Jamar was an adult. So that means Lord Jamar is easily 55 years old at the minimum. We're just going to round it down. We're just going to say he's got a 7-8 year, but it could be a 10 or 15 year gap on me. But let's say it's a 7 or 8 year. Lord Jamar is easily 55 years old. Why would you think it's appropriate as a quote unquote, you know, leader of, you know, why would you think it's appropriate to be on the internet smoking blunts and drinking cheap beers? And, like, why would you want to do that? Why would you think that that's how you represent the nation of gods and herbs, the nation of Islam, the conscious community, the scholarly community? Like, why would you think you qualify to represent anybody when that's how you putting yourself out there? You could smoke and drink as much as you could do that all day. But the need to do that on video, every time you're on video, like, how does that coincide with intelligence? Like, that's another oil and water. Those things doesn't fit together. That you just look crazy. And then when you're online saying, I want to debate, send me anybody. Send me Neil deGrasse Tyson. Send me anybody. And then a professor pops right up. And you start cussing the guy out before he comes on the screen. He started cussing him out before he got on the screen. He even said, like literally, yeah, and before he even get on here, F him because blah, 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 you know, F him, blah, blah. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. And I'm looking at him and I'm thinking to myself, when people used to tell me, Enq, you know, you got to try to cut down the profanity on your YouTubes, you know, because the information is good, but it's so much profanity. And in my mind, I was like, nah, you know, they got to get this raw. And I'm like, At some point it clicked because, you know, my children running around. But I'm just looking at him like, wait a minute. He's got me by about a decade. What are you doing? What are you doing, sir? You got me by a decade. What are you doing? And why doesn't anybody love you? Meaning, where are the people that love these people that are supposed to say, hey, ho, why you keep doing that on camera? Why do you look like that on camera? Why are you saying those things on camera? Like, why are you carrying yourself like that on camera? Like, where are the people that love you? Now, people with money, they purchase people to fake love them. Like, they have a team, you know, like this is your PR team. They're going to make sure you know. But you can't afford a PR team. You're supposed to have loved ones around, like friends and family members that go, hey, you know, like, nah, don't, you know, like, let's not. So I'm just saying, you know, yeah. Go ahead. My bad. I'm off my shoebox.
No, I love what you said. There's no disagreements. But I want to talk science. Okay. I want to talk about gravity and density. Okay. Some things fall up, some things float down.
No. He said float up. Lord Jamar does not know the difference between falling up, evaporating, or floating. Those three things are all the same thing to Lord Jamar. He used them synonymously. All of those are the same thing.
But he might be on to something when it comes to gravity. Does gravity have anything to do with density? Because according to Enqi, all this shit is water, which I said on the Joe Rogan podcast. I didn't even know I was on point when I said that until I heard you say it. I was like, okay, so I'm on to something here. There's air and everything is a form of water, right? So I'm in agreement with that.
So here's the thing. I'm not a gravity person.
Okay.
I'm an electromagnetism person.
I'm on the same page as you. Keep going.
Yeah. So because of that, I can't necessarily argue on the side of gravity, blah, 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 blah.
Well, let me cut you off right there. Let me cut you off right there, because what I believe is that gravity is electromagnetism.
It's absolutely a aspect of that. We're on the same page.
Okay.
We're on the same page.
All right.
It's an aspect of electromagnetism.
Right.
But what I'll say is, the more dense an object is, obviously, the more pull it's going to have to the center of the earth.
Okay.
So what he said, though, on the video is he said literally that a ball is more dense. He was talking about the density of a ball, and we all know that balls are filled with air.
Right.
Right. So we would look crazy trying to make sense out of that nonsense like that.
Mm.
And when talking about water, buoyancy is different, because inside of water, it's a different medium. Water is technically everything is water. Even right now in the room, when I was saying this on my video, somebody in the chat started trolling like, Enqi thinks that there's water everywhere. I'm like,
drive in the car and put your hand out the window. It feels just like water in the ocean.
I'm like, the laws of aerodynamics apply to air and water because air is rarefied. You know, this just water is only two gases. Water is oxygen and hydrogen. There's not another ingredient in water. It's just oxygen and hydrogen. That's what makes water magical and special, right? But, you know, buoyancy is the ability of something to float in water. So that had nothing to do with Dave's statements. It only served to make Lord Jamar look more comical. Because for me, all roads lead to Wakanda. Right? All roads lead to Wakanda. You know, that's my saying, but you know, I'm talking about Kemet.
Oh, this is a real Hotep brother.
It's a real Hotep brother. And so when we go back to Kemet, they had lunar calendars and solar calendars. Lunar calendars, solar calendars. Matter of fact, forget going back to Kemet. We keep it on a surface level for now. Most of the people that fit into the flat earth pocket, these are also zodiac people and chakra people. These are also zodiac and chakra people. And so for me, I have a problem with the zodiac people also being flat earth people. Because you have to ask them, like, which I try to do. Usually I just get cut off and they go to something else. They start to asking complicated mathematical formulas that don't make sense. So you can't, you know, there's not a way to have a real discourse around it. Oh, well, the earth is going 666 miles per hour. Oh, we're not doing that. How were the stars mapped? How are the stars mapped? How do we know that there are 12 zodiac signs? Like, how are there 12 zodiac signs? What is that thing called when we move through the zodiac signs? The great year. How does that all calculate? How is that calculated if we're on a flat disk? Because technically we should be able to see all the stars like all the time. Like we should be able to see the moon from the back and the front. But the fact that the moon is phase locked with the earth, and so as the earth moves, the moon moves, we only get to see that same side of the moon. Everybody. If the moon was inside Earth's atmosphere with the sun, you'd have people in America looking at one side of the moon while people in Africa or Europe will be looking at the other side of the moon.
So phase locked.
You also have Lord Jamar on video saying that because the sun is only 5,000 or 6,000 miles above the Earth's surface, there are people who fly jets over the sun all the time.
Yeah, above the sun, yeah.
How, Sway, does the sun's heat reach us down here 6,000 miles away, but the sun's heat does not reach those fuel engines and explode those jets? Right? So I'm just saying, like, there's no way to make sense out of nonsense, brother. There's no science needed. The folks already spent a couple $100,000 to go down to Antarctica and live stream live streamed the 24-hour sun.
Mm.
Like they spent a few $100,000. They really put this thing together. So all year, you're going to see like documentary footages. I think somebody went down there and shot a film with them people. Like I said, Candace Owens had her team down there. She's putting something together. Obviously, the guy who funded the whole thing, he's putting his own, documentary or series. I think he's putting together like like the new. So how they came out with Surviving R. Kelly, and then everybody jumped on the bandwagon. Now everything is a series of movies, like a 10-part movie series. Like, so I think he's doing a whole. So, but yeah, that era is over. The era of combating flat earthers with calculations and getting into gravity, and that's all finished. Folks have went down there and live streamed. And there are no aliens. First of all, there are no aliens. Just on a whole nother note, aliens don't exist. Aliens was invented and put into the mind of everybody by Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley invented the idea of little green men. Yeah, there was no such thing as little green men before Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley invented that, did a ritual, and people don't understand ritual because they've never been initiated. So they don't even understand what a ritual is. A ritual is something that takes place in your mind because the mind is all there really is. What he did was he injected this idea of little green men from outer space in everybody's mind. And because his followers, his satanic followers, which Billy Carlson and Brother Rich and all these guys are satanic followers of Aleister Crowley. Right. And that's what we're seeing as it plays out with this whole chakra anus program and Nature Boy and all these guys. These are all disciples of this satanic movement. Brother Panic and Bobby Hemmett and all of them, they ushered this in. But Aleister Crowley created this thing, and it stuck because his two students took over where he left off and made sure that it went around the globe. And one of his students is basically the silent partner of NASA. And his other, business, his other student, implant in Hollywood that took over the Nation of Islam. So they're still moving and grooving, you know what I'm saying? But those were students of Aleister Crowley.
Shots fired again. Here we go.
Well, yeah, but this is well-known information.
This is public information. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack started the Jet Propulsion Laboratories and partnered with NASA and that whole thing. He's Aleister Crowley's student, and his homeboy started Scientology, and that's what's his name, dad, Rizzy Islam's dad. Was the Scientology guy that partnered up with, Farrakhan and brung Scientology into the Nation of Islam and all that. So people know this information. It's just people don't really know what they're spreading. They don't understand the mind, right? So for instance, let's go back to, because a lot of this conversation, we got to keep going back to 1865.
1865. Okay, that's slavery.
1865 is the year of all years. Like everything went down in 1865. 1865 is when type 2 diabetes hits the incline. Soon as folks walked off of those plantations, type 2 diabetes start going like that. Now it'd been around. But it was pretty flatline. It was a rare thing. Like people did not get type 2 diabetes unless you was like a really old person. But the ticker started going up as soon as, so a lot of stuff starts in 1865.
Mm-hmm.
So to really get a good bead on a lot of this stuff, we got to go back there to see where things started and how things sifted down into the. Matter of fact, before we even go anywhere else, let's go here. Let me see if I can share my computer screen, because I don't want people to think that I'm making up anything.
Shout out to Jason Struon. Thank you for the gifted sub. Diesel, thank you for the gifted sub. Darion Gario, Hotep Shalom, thank you for the gifted sub.
This is
Okay,
a real
so it
Hotep
said I
brother.
have to send you a share request.
Oh, hold on, let me give you access. All right, there you go.
Because I'll start talking faster than
Yeah,
too
go ahead.
fast. And
Drop it in there.
okay. Why is it not allowing me? What is happening?
You should have the
The
access
screen
now.
is coming up, but nothing is.
It's not coming over on this end, right?
Allow Zoom Workplace to share your screen. Open systems.
I know when people die. Shout out to Jay in the chat. I see y'all. For the people that see the chat on the screen, what you're seeing on the screen right now is, in fact, the Kick Chat. The Kick Chat is where it's popping at. YouTube, we don't really pay too much attention to YouTube. YouTube is the mainstream. That's where boomers hang out. We need you guys to upgrade your technology and make your way on over to the Griff Report over on Kick. Let me get some ones in the chat over on Kick. Let them know how live it is in the Kick Chat. Throw some ones in the Kick Chat. Let them know where the party's at. You know what I mean? This is where the real ones hang out at. Shout out to Jay. Hey.
This a real
Thank you, Jay.
Hotep brother.
Appreciate you. Yeah. The Kick Chat is lit. The Kick Chat, this is where the party's at. Monday through Friday. Okay, Monday through Friday. And the big brain stuff is also on the weekends, on Saturdays with special guests. Okay, the Kick Chat is representing. Now, if you're not familiar with Kick, you probably just got a cell phone within the last 6 months, possibly. Okay, so that's an issue. That's a huge issue. If you're not updating yourself with the new and latest technology, this is a big problem. A lot of people want to be on legacy media where there's a lot of censorship, et cetera. Shout out to Natty Smurf with the 5 gifted subs. See, they support over on Kick.
This a real Hotep.
You know what I'm saying?
brother.
That's where the real support. That's where my real ones is at. My real ones is on Kick. These are people that hold me down. You know what I mean? If y'all over on YouTube used to be good. YouTube used to be good. I remember when you could find great information on YouTube. Now they be shutting down the algorithm and all types of other stuff. So I'm extremely limited on YouTube. So if you want to support me, come on over to Kick. Okay. All right. Looks like we got a screen share happening here. Okay, cool.
Okay. I'm not sure what you see.
I can see your desktop.
Oh, it says Zoom. Okay, this is not what I want yet. Okay, hold on. This is what I'm supposed to be sharing. Still doing the desktop thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but choose window instead.
Wait, you can see? No. I think it's showing the right thing.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. So this right here, just going back so that everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
This is the first gray or little green man.
Yeah.
This right here, just so people understand. This is Aleister Crowley's invention.
Okay.
So I just want people to be able to follow and look stuff up and
The grays.
Aleister Crowley invented this.
Okay.
Right, his name is Lamb. So anybody that wants to look it up, feel free to go look up lamb and go on ahead and jump down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bet.
Yeah, LAM, there you go, lamb. And if you type in Aleister Crowley, then it gets even crazier. Boom.
Got you.
Oh.
So all right. So stop screen share. Next time, what I want you to do is send me the link in the chat, and I'll bring it up on the screen on my end. It'll look cleaner.
Okay. Nah, I gotta figure this thing out because we're gonna probably have a bunch of stuff to share throughout the course of the convo.
No, what I'm saying is just send me the links though, so I can bring them on the screen, so it looks more professional on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, that was just a regular Google search. That wasn't a
right.
Yeah, that was just a regular, so people can look it up. I just wanted to find any picture of lamb so people could see what I'm, because there's a lot of people who are invested emotionally in the alien conversation.
Absolutely.
They don't realize you're talking about demons because you're talking about a satanic cult. That whole thing is a satanic cult. There's no aliens that are flying.
Hold on one second. Corn Pop said, "Why is your chat so low?" Hey, you kiss my black ass, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna show you how we do over here, you know what I mean? You don't interrupt my show. You don't, nah, nigga, ain't no 24 hours. You are banned for 24 hours. You do not get to participate in this program anymore. Keep your punk ass out my chat. And that goes for anybody else. You want to act stupid? It's ban hammers going around, okay? I don't play that shit. Don't come in here talking shit about my chat and what traffic is going on. If you don't like the show, there's plenty of other shows on the internet you could go watch. Don't watch me. Go watch TV. Sick of this shit.
Unnecessary roughness flag on play.
Play that shit.
Yo, wow.
24-hour lockdown, nigga. I'll see you next time. Anyway, back to what we were saying. We got to talk about medical. I want to talk about medical apartheid and Kemet. This is one of the things that you brought up. I'd like to discuss that as well.
Okay, we gotta just let the mic breathe for a minute. We gotta let the mic breathe for a minute.
This is not a democracy. Ain't no free speech in Hotepistan, okay?
Listen, this is what we say. We throwing block parties and everybody's invited.
Facts. I know y'all love the forefathers and George Washington and some more shit, but the Constitution does not apply in the Hotepistan. You keep that shit in red, white Twitter, okay? Ain't no free speech over here. You want to flex your free speech? You could try it. You could try it if you want to, but you better tread lightly.
What he said.
This is not a democracy. This is a dictatorship. This is fascism. Dictatorial fascism. And there's only one religion, too. And that's Kemetic.
Woo!
Oh, it's a real Hotep brother.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit. You keep Abraham name out of Hotepistan. While we at it. Y'all gonna get me in a mood today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Abraham was in his daddy's nutsack when Kemet was an old man. So I don't want to hear that shit.
Wow. If those nutsacks are actually really existing.
If they actually exist.
Yeah, because see, that's one of the things we spent a few months on because people, like, I guess maybe the shock value, because we've had so many Kemetic scholars saying that, Israel's not real. It was invented with the Bible. And so, when I went live one day and in the course of the conversation, I said, Egypt ancient Egypt is not real.
Mm.
This was invented with the Bible. Ancient Egypt was invented at the same time as Israel was. and I, people didn't really catch, what I was saying. And so I realized, like, there's just so much information that people really need. Like, they don't realize Egypt was invented when Alexander the Great came in. And maybe not even Alexander the Great, maybe Ptolemies and them, like that's really when ancient Egypt, when they wrote the Septuagint, Egypt is invented.
Right.
And really, you know what? Come and think of it, it might not even been then, because at that point, they were still calling Egypt Mitzrayim. So I might have been wrong. Actually, Egypt might be more contemporary even than we think. Yeah, because Mitzrayim is the land of the man-made mounds. So even then, they're referencing the pyramids. You know what I'm saying? And this dude, I wrote a whole book on this. Called Mountain Jew. And yeah, this buster, this bozo tried to plagiarize let me tell you. And maybe we should play the clip. It's like a 5-minute clip, you know what I'm saying? But it's crazy because I literally caught this guy attempting to plagiarize my material, like live while he was doing it.
Yeah, I think you posted this clip on Instagram, didn't you?
I sure did.
I remember that. Yeah.
I sure did. So, for the people that haven't seen, the reason why I did that is because for years I've been going back and forth with these guys that are supposed to be Kemetic scholars. And, because of our back and forths, I always get the Enqi, you're supposed to stay in the health lane. And, you don't have the right to be teaching about Kemet. And I'm like, y'all are bugging.
Those two things go hand in hand.
Not only do they go hand in hand, but if we could go in a time machine and go backwards, Kemet, the scholars and scientists of Kemet was not teaching about anything else.
Right.
That was everything in Kemet, because that's the only way you could understand the Neteru, the gods, is through the creation of the body and the symmetry of how the body encapsulated the creative forces of the universe and all that. Like, it was poetry in motion to them. So everything was about that symmetry and that geometry and like, so we go back and forth. And so, I guess my awe of, homeboy really plagiarizing my material. I'm talking about, for y'all that don't know, I'm talking about Smash Rockwell, the washed up rapper Casual. Yeah. Because these are guys that they let white folks do anything. And, I don't have problem with anybody researching the information, but how is it that you say I don't have a right to teach Kemetic science, but you allow Europeans to call the Jed pillar a faggot? We have to think about that. Like, and I guess this is a part of the overarching conversation, because we don't understand how the mind works. We don't understand how important the mind is. So subtle ideas implanted in the mind. This is what rituals are for. This is how Aleister Crowley invents little green men. And then all of a sudden they're in TV shows and movies and people believe they're real and they think they're getting kidnapped by them and all kinds of. This is how powerful an idea can be. This is why a sword can never match the pen.
Mm.
An idea. So we allow this idea. And wait a minute, I never heard nobody say that the Jed pillar was a faggot. A faggot is a bundle of sticks, but it has a euphemistic and a slang meaning that's more popular.
Right.
Now, if you take it by itself and you just isolate it, you go, well, that don't really mean much. If you put it in context and go, well, hold on. This is the origin of religion and spirituality. All organized religion, spiritual systems still pull from or masquerade even, full-blown plagiarism of the story of Set, Asar, Heru, or Osiris, Isis, Horus, right? More people probably familiar with it that way. So once you take it and you add that nomenclature to it, then you watch how that evolves in people's minds. And then you fast forward, and then all of a sudden, you have these ideas about men having G spots in their anus.
Mm.
And that this G spot that's in their anus is the way to activate their spirit.
Mm.
You have to say to yourself, where did this idea come from? Where in order for us to be spiritual, we need something to go in and out of our anus.
Sounds Greek to me.
It absolutely is. It's absolutely a Greek concept because Egyptology is a Greek concept. Egyptology is a fraternity put together to keep the Kemetic secrets.
Yeah.
And so this is where we get guys like Reggie that have implanted themselves in the community as Kemetic scholars, but don't teach anything about Kemet except for history of being conquered.
Mm.
And anytime you start to teach some real Kemetic science, it's his job and the others like him to redirect people's attention away from anything that could come out of Kemet that would be empowering.
Right.
Because Kemet gave the world math, science, medicine, surgery, computers. There'll be no computers in the world without Kemet.
Right.
No cell phones in the world without Kemet. And I mean that on both sides. I mean that in terms of the binary coding that's responsible for all of the softwares and the algorithms. And then I also mean that in terms of the transistors and the semiconductors that the hardware is based on. So all of these concepts we teach in the Kemetic Naturopathy course, because these things are also found in the human body. And you can't understand the human body if you don't understand how these things. So what'll happen is you'll have people on the internet and they'll be surfing around the web looking for new health information so they could pretend they're intelligent or pretend they do research. And they'll stumble on to Andrew Huberman, or they'll stumble on to CEO of $1 million, I forgot what this guy's channel is, or any one of these channels, Gerald Pollack or Jack Cruz or any of these guys. And they'll go, oh man, no. This is some new cutting edge information about, particle wave duality or bioelectricity and blah, 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 blah. No, this is new plagiarism.
Mm.
This is new plagiarism because all of these things come from the papyri. But
Right.
the problem is we don't have anybody that's reading the papyri, teaching from the papyri, because guess what? The papyri is not written in hieroglyphics. The papyri is written in hieratic script. So we've been listening to guys all this long tell us it's all about the metal necha. It's all about the metal necha. It's all about the hieroglyphs. That is a part of the Egyptology secret code.
Mm.
That's how they keep everything away from the people, by making us focus on the metal necha. Oh, here's the metal necha. Pay attention to this over here. Look over here. Look over here. Look. Here goes the metal necha. Here goes the pictures. Look at the pictures. The information is not in the pictures. Nor did everyday people back in Kemet write in pictures. Do you know how cumbersome and ridiculous that would be? Nobody taught no school lessons with whole pictures. Nobody wrote no letter to each other with no whole bunch of pictures. Like, that would be insane. Nobody did that. And you can tell that people was not really studying the metal necha because the metal necha was for stones. So that's another clash of ideology, because you'll have people running around saying they're pro-Kemet, but they're anti-Mason.
Mm.
You cannot be pro-Kemet and anti-Mason, because Masonry is Kemetic science.
Correct.
That's what they teach inside Masonry. So it's not like you're hearing this from one of these guys on the internet that's not a Mason telling you about what Mason. I'm telling you, Masons teach when you get into Masonry. Oh no, this is here's the origins right here. Kemet, Egypt, Euclid stole it. They don't teach in secret, like it's not it's Euclid stole it from Kemet, Library of Alexandria. He stole the papyri and counterfeited. It's plain. This is what is taught. So it's not, there's no secrets, nothing. All that's fake. Gobbledygook, made up. So you cannot be anti-Mason and pro-Kemet, because Kemet is Masonry. Kemet is Masonry. That's why we have big blocks, big oblong squares piled up in the middle of the desert over there called pyramids. The hieroglyphs were for that. The hieroglyphs was for the rocks. The hieroglyphs wasn't for the people. The hieroglyphs was for the rocks, because these are time capsules. They put things in hieroglyphs on rocks that were timeless. And the only thing that matters, the only thing that really matters that's timeless, that can be interpreted by humans, is humans, the human body. That's where the forces of nature, the Necharu, culminate at in your body. So that's what the whole artistry was about. Entendre. They're the masters of entendre. They invented that.
Right.
Where something
Inference.
could mean something on multiple. So the artwork was the science. The science was the artwork. So this goes even back to the flat earth thing. If you understand the science in the pyramid, then you understand that there's no way that they was teaching the earth was flat, and there's no way you can be pro flat earth and pro Kemet at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Great Pyramid is a scale model of the globe. And so we, the math, it's just too much math to even go into. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the math doesn't stop mathing just because people don't want it to be what it is.
Right.
And this is where also, you get into a problem where, people think it's a recent problem, but it's not a recent problem. It's really an old problem. It started with the Greeks, because that's how they were able to do their whole plagiarism thing. So theoretical science became a thing. It came into, the Greeks created the idea of theoretical science. So in Kemet, theoretical science doesn't really exist, right? In theory, you're still in the planning phase and the working phase, figuring things out. Once you figure things out, you create something that encapsulates the formulas in a living way so that people can see that you understand it. So in Greek, though, they had to create this whole idea of writing it down. So because in Kemet, they wasn't writing it down, they was building it, creating it.
They were producing the evidence.
They was able to pass off this idea to people like, oh no, we invented this because look, there are no ancient writings that survive. And people still run with this all over the internet. There are no ancient writings that have survived that demonstrate spherical trigonometry in ancient Egypt. There are no papyri that survived that whoa. Why do we need a papyri? Them big old buildings is like
the formulas are right in there.
Yeah, you can't build that. Do y'all think that the pyramid is a two-dimensional triangle? Like that's a three-dimensional where the base equals to the radius of a pyramid height, as if the pyramid was a sphere. Mind-blowing.
Yeah.
So the actual work, you know what I'm saying? Like when you get into, transistors and all those things, the artwork from that time period, and they just kind of figuring this stuff out. They're still trying to understand the implications of some of this stuff. But this artwork, they created certain pigments where if visible light shines on it, then it absorbs the visible light and then re-radiates it as infrared.
That's crazy.
5,000 years ago.
Infrared,
and so that right there, like, so one of the things I tell people all the time is you don't see with your eyes or hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. So if you don't have a concept for what infrared does or what infrared means or any useful understanding of infrared, then that might not be as mind-blowing for you. You're like, oh, yeah, okay. The more you learn about it, though, you go, oh, wait a minute. So hold on. Infrared, isn't that the thing? That's the light of biology. That's the warmth that a chicken or a hen or a bird uses when they covering up their eggs, sitting on top of it to make their eggs turn into little birds. What they're doing is transferring infrared into, that's infrared. Oh, wait a minute. So wait. When a mother has a baby and the baby gets hungry and the mother's breast automatically just milk start coming out of it. That's an infrared. Oh, so wait, when our bodies absorb infrared light and then melatonin starts coming out of all of the mitochondria inside the different cells that is an antioxidant and they looking at it to reverse cancer. That infrared. Oh. So you mean the visible light, the sunlight is converted by these pigments into infrared. Wait a minute. Are you saying that our body converts visible light into infrared? And you saying they put this into the artwork? Okay, Ink, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. So you're saying that they had an advanced understanding of bioluminescence and chemiluminescence. This is why I introduced that word to the community, chemiluminescence, when they thought I made that up. Literally, there's video of people saying, chemiluminescence is not even a word, you're making that up. I'm like, is this your king? I'm like, is this your king here? Is that what I'm supposed to be debating these guys? Is this, how am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to do this? If you think I'm making up the word chemiluminescence, then you don't, you're like, oh, no, he made that up. No, I didn't. That's literally how the human body works. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not electricity.
Mm.
So even that whole thing is just an introductory level to how the body really works. It's not bioelectricity. So people getting excited about that. I could tell they're watching all these goofball channels. Oh, bioelectricity. Yeah, they what's his name? Michael Levin, and you know, this person and that person. And, oh yeah, we learned about bioelectricity. Bioelectricity is not it. First of all, you learn in grade school that electricity immediately, the moment you have electricity, you have magnetism. And when you have an alternating system of electric fields and magnetic fields, you have light. So there's no such thing as electricity by itself. No such thing as electricity by itself, but go slow as you need to. This is the reason why Gregor Mendel was able to come, and Gregor Mendel was a student of Charles Darwin. See, all of this starts with Charles Darwin. We don't really realize we're living in the Charles Darwin world right now. People don't understand that. We're living in the Charles Darwin world because the first things first, most people don't know the name of the book that Charles Darwin wrote. I realized I was debating for years with guys that didn't know how to read. So they're saying, oh, Charles Darwin this and this and that. I'm like, yo, have you ever read Charles Darwin's book? Because if you read his book, you would know that it's a racist manifesto. That's like, even if you only read the cover, matter of fact, let me pull up the cover of the book.
Send me the link. I'll pull it up on the screen.
Well, here, just go on your Google.
All right.
Google Charles Darwin book cover. Just, yeah, share that with the people and read the name of the book. Not the new edited ones. Like try to find like the original version of his book so you can read the title to us and let people see the title.
The Origins of Species.
Mm-hmm. That's the watered down version. They cut most of the title off by that time.
Okay, so this is the stepped on version here.
It's a stepped on version.
Uh,
It's a longer title. That's the beginning of it.
okay.
But there's some more to it than that.
All right, let's type in Darwin. Let's see. On the origin of species, by means of natural selection, or the or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life.
Yeah, can the people see that? Can you put that on the screen? Because I can't see it if you're sharing it.
It's right there.
You need to let the people see that.
They see it. The preservation of favored races in the struggle for life.
Correct.
Damn.
Yeah, that part. So, yeah. So they had to, first things first, before they could put that in schools everywhere, they just scrubbed most of the title off. They said, let's just leave it at Origin of Species, because the rest of this kind of gives away the program. We just go, let's get rid of this whole, this preservation of favored races part. This
favored races. Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, we might all just need a breather at that moment. Because I know right now there's people that's watching this channel like, wait a minute, I'm pro-evolution. You have no idea what you're pro. You have no idea what you're pro. Yeah. You didn't know all this time you was pro-white supremacy. You got people darker than me and darker than you running around here talking about, yeah, Kemet. Hold on. Now, that's not science because the theory of evolution is science. Whoa. First of all, the theory of evolution and evolution are two different things. The theory of evolution from Charles Darwin is what you're calling science, and this is this whole we came from monkeys thing. if you notice, the "we came from monkeys" thing was the excuse for chattel slavery and all kinds of crazy concepts, right up until the fact that, just a few minutes ago, really, in the realm of, in the larger grand scheme of things, just a few minutes ago, they ran these tests and determined that only Europeans and Asians have Neanderthal DNA. So once they find out that Black folks don't have Neanderthal DNA, all of a sudden the monkeys became cool. No. Monkeys is cool now. They got Planet of the Apes comes out every 2 years now. Now it's a brand new Planet of the Apes movie every 2 years. There's a movie in theaters right now called Better Man, where the star of the movie is a monkey. Like, all of a sudden, monkey became cool. Like, monkey was a thing before. Like, these monkeys and blah, 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 blah. They're monkeys. They're lower creatures. And we supposed to put them in slavery, blah, 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 blah. And people don't understand. That's right out of the textbook. So this is why I had no problem being the Lone Ranger all this time, because I understood. I read books. So all I had to do was read the title of the book before even getting into the material in the book to know what the book was about. The preservation of what? Read that to us one more time.
Preservation of favored races.
The preservation of favored races. And so the story is, and this is where you get these, the fake scholarship at, because they'll tell you a part of the story. They don't tell you the whole story, because most of them don't know the whole story because they don't read. So they'll tell you part of the story. They'll say, well, the theory of evolution is real science because it says that Black people was here first. That's an emotional victory. That's an emotional victory, because they think they're grabbing an emotional victory from that. They championed it. Like, oh yeah, well, it shows that we're here before white folks. Victory to us. I'm like, oh, slow down. Did you read the fine print in the contract? You know what you're signing there, sir. Have you read that contract? Because that talks about eminent domain, and there's a whole lot of other parts to that story there. So what that theory of evolution says is, first of all, there's no God with the theory of evolution.
Right.
So there's no such Black culture. There's no ancient Black cultures that do not have God attached. So you can cancel being Kemetic, and you see how there's this clash, this conundrum, you can't be pro-Kemet and pro-evolution theory.
Right.
Because you're pro-Kemet, that means you're pro-nature. You can't be pro-nature and pro-evolution theory because they don't go together.
Right.
So the idea is that God or nature or the chance rocks that bumped together, because that's where it really came down to, that is rocks was in space and bumped into each other in a way that created complex life. So these rocks, right, because they're bumping into each other, just making mistakes that turn into whole people and animals and all that. Over time, they get better at making these mistakes. The mistakes get better. They gain information from mutations, which is scientifically unproven. Mutations is loss of information, but that's another story. That's for the people that actually read. So the story of theory of evolution is that Black folks were first, it's monkeys, and then it's Black folks. But because nature is learning from its mistakes, you get the monkeys, and then you get Black folks who's better than monkeys. But then after Black folks, you get white folks, and white folks are better than Black folks and better than monkeys. And so it's the white folks' job to get rid of the Black folks and the monkeys. And so everything here on Earth is for the true children of the Earth, which is the highest form of creation, which is the white folks, the favored races. And so it's only right that they get to do whatever they want to do to the rest of the folks out here because they're the favored race. So I'm like, hey, did y'all read that? Did y'all happen to read anything besides the clips that was posted that said black folks was first? Because otherwise, you might not want to. You can't get angry with quote unquote white racist or white supremacy and then also teach to the black community the theory of evolution, because it's the same. You're just chasing it. You're teaching the white supremacy. Like that's literally what you're teaching there.
Right.
Also, it doesn't make any sense. And respect to a lot of the black scholars out there that have fallen victim to this type of ideology and then turn around and taught it. So now people feel like if they go against it, they're going against their, oh my God, but Brother Kaba said that. So am I going against brother? Listen, the scholars are scholars to teach you what they know so that you can take it to another level in your generation. You're supposed to disprove what's been taught to you and come with a better version. That's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to be standing in awe of the pyramids. We're supposed to say, oh, granddaddy built these pyramids. All right, now watch what I do. Now watch what I do. I'm about to build taller pyramids. Like I'm about to go crazier. Like, we about to trump that. That's what legacy is. We're not supposed to go in reverse. So even the stories associated with it sounds crazy. There's no common sense to it. We walked up into the snow. We walked into snow from Africa and turned into white folks because it was cold outside. And we needed to preserve vitamin D because we wasn't getting enough vitamin B. So because we didn't get enough vitamin B, we needed to preserve vitamin D. And so we turned into white folks and lost all of our pigment. Wait, what? You telling me that people who are almost naked walked into the ice? They walked so far away from the equator that they didn't. I'm like, wait. I'm like, hold. What? How? So they don't have on clothes because they're in 100-degree weather. And they're walking, and it's getting colder and colder and colder. And you telling me the people that build pyramids were so dumb that as it was getting colder, nobody said, let's just go back to the house? I'm like, hold on. So nobody decided to just turn around and go back. They got trapped into the ice as if that's the next, like you leave the sun and then you're in the ice cap. I'm like, yo, there's just so many flaws in these stories. It's just crazy. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is you can't know where you're going unless you know where you're coming from.
Right.
So how is it that black folks, let's go back to the medical apartheid now. Gregor Mendel studying Charles Darwin. See, we don't even know that much. We don't know that Mendel was a student of Darwin. So when Mendel was coming up with the dominant recessive gene ideology, he's piggybacking because we have to ask these questions. Black folks are leading in everything that's death related. We leading in heart disease, cancer, diabetes, autoimmune, you name it. You look up lupus, it got a black woman's face right next to it like that. Right? So all of these categories we're leading in. How is it that the people with the dominant genes have the lower lifespans and we're getting all the diseases? Like, how's that work? Yeah, how's that work? So if we were doing any reading, we would know, okay, there's a problem with this. There's a problem with this, but we looking for chakra type of information. So we don't want real science. We want to go, but yo, Enqi, so do you believe we should eat right for our blood type? Like, yo, how about you look up blood type first? Like, look up what a blood type is. Like, what would make you think that that's a real thing? That's like a carnival trick. Like, that's just foolishness. That's a chakra thing. Like, that's so. Again, this is why we have a Kemetic naturopathy, a whole course for people to study, because we need to understand anatomy, physiology, and medicine the way our ancestors saw it, the way our ancestors taught it. You know, with all due respect to guys like Ashwa Crazy, for instance. He did a lot. You know, he did a lot, but it's something that they left out that's important. Something they left out that's important, right? Because, and he's not the only one, but he's just the most prolific for our generation in terms of highlighting the fact that masonry started in Kemet. They highlight that, and they'll take you to, you know, certain different, you know, oh, this is, you know, this is Imhotep, this is, they never mention that all of the Masons were the doctors.
Mm.
The doctors in Kemet were the Masons. That right there got to sink in. Like some of these things that I'm saying, it's going to take a while to sink in. It got to sink in. Wait, what do you mean that the doctors were the Masons? The Masons were the doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Masons were the doctors. So the guy that's drawing up the blueprint to build a pyramid is the guy that's also you're going to come see when you get sick so he can, you know, figure out what's going on with you and put you back together again. So that concept gotta come together so then we can understand what they was really doing. What was the real religion practiced back in Kemet? What was the actual religion? Because the idea that we have today of what religion is, they didn't have that in Kemet. Today's world, religion is it's a thing about like not knowing. It's a mystery. In Kemet, it wasn't mystery. It was math. It was geometry.
It was knowing. Mm-hmm.
It was knowing. It was science, right? That's what that was. So there was a total difference. But understanding that the Necharu is the forces of the universe, the unseen forces of the universe. Understanding that those unseen forces of light, electricity, magnetism, go on down the line, culminated in your body. And the way they were able to come alive in your body was because of the shapes of the things your body was composed of. The cells, you know, the bones, the this, the that. But you listen to these goofballs, you listen to these Egyptologists, you listen to some of these Kemetic scholars, they tell you, well, wait a minute. In Kemet, they didn't even know what a cell was.
Mm.
They didn't know what a cell was.
Mm.
They didn't understand that. I'm like, oh, hold on. As you're telling people that, have you read any of those papyri things? You know, the thing where all medicine, science, and surgery came from around Earth. Have you read any of those? Because if you read any of those, you kind of would see, yeah, this right in here. It's right in here. Right? We can show you the word. It's right in. The word is right in here. Like, you know, they have a word for this. wait, they have a word for it. You mean all you metal netra experts?
Mm.
Y'all done metal netra it up. Y'all done translated all these hieroglyphs. I've been translating hieroglyphs for 25 years. And you telling me you didn't find the word for liver in there?
Mm.
You didn't find the word for heart? Or maybe you didn't know the difference between Hati and Ib. You didn't know the difference between the heart and the mind, you didn't know they had a word for brain, cerebral spinal fluid, the vein, the vessels, the tendons. You didn't know those words exist.
Mm.
They can't have words for things that they don't know exist.
Right.
They even made the microscopes. Microscopes
Mm.
comes from Kemet.
Mm.
Microscopes come from Kemet. Let me show you this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We shattering brains right now, chat. We shattering brains right now, AmericanHealer.website. Make sure y'all go log in. Go get the courses.
The books, no, all the books is on Amazon. So
but you said you had a course.
The Kemetic naturopathy course is on Amazon.
Oh, it's on Amazon. Okay.
Yeah. So they don't have to even worry about, well, Enqi, be taking so long with the shipping.
Shout out to Sacred Soldier. Appreciate you on the gifted subs. Natty Smurf J, Jason Strong, Diesel, Darion Gario, Hotep Shalom. Appreciate you on the gifted subs. Shout out to the chat. Chat super active over on Kick. Appreciate you. We about to take a look at ancient Kemet in the microscope.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this picture.
We were scientists.
Yeah, let me see if I can find this. This picture, because there's a picture. It's a highly controversial picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's a highly controversial picture because it's in the Rough Ashland book. Okay, hold on. Mm-hmm. It's a highly controversial picture because they gotta keep you dumbed down, and this picture destroys. This is a dangerous picture. It's a very dangerous picture. Just the one picture alone is just dangerous. Let me find this picture so the people can see. Okay.
Yeah, we want to see that. We definitely want to see that. Shout out to Heather in the chat. I see you, Heather. Heather's in the chat. Hotep illegal immigrant. Sleepy holding us down. I see you, bro. Sleepy got the green package now. I didn't even know they had a green package. Sleepy done unlocked the green package over here on Kick. Salute.
Oh, this a real Hotep brother.
Hold up. What is this? Okay, this is a PDF. Hold on, let me fix it on the screen. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold on, wait. Hold that right there. Hold that. Hold that thought. Hold on. Wow. Sperm cell, spermatozoa. The mature sperm cell, 0.05 milliliters long, consists of head, body, and tail. Head is covered by the... Wow. Wow.
Now, here's the problem with this.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Here's the problem with this. The problem is, and this is what I'm saying with the theoretical science versus the actual showing and proving, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I can accurately depict, right? Because I don't have to show you a picture of every cell in the human body. There's too many different types of cells.
Right.
But I could just show you the smallest one. If I show you the smallest one in detail, that means what? If I got the technology that I can see the smallest cell in the human body, that means that I have the technology to allow me to see all the cells in the human body.
So what you're saying is the sperm cell is smaller than the other cells in the body.
That's correct. The sperm cell is the smallest cell in the human body. And the woman's egg cell, the woman's egg, is the largest cell in the human body. Yeah.
So if you could see the smallest cell, obviously you could see the other cells.
Facts. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. You got nerve cells that's the size of your thigh. That's the size of your leg. You got huge cells in your body.
Right.
So if I can see this tiny, tiny, tiny thing, this microscopic, if I can see the smallest cell in your body, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. That means I can see all the other cells. I don't even have to show you the rest of them. All I got to do is show you this smallest one right here.
Show you the smallest one.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we just don't have an idea of how advanced the science was. We don't really have an idea of how advanced the science was.
And this is the medical apartheid you're talking about.
Well, no, the medical apartheid. So medical apartheid is a book written to explain why Black people get the short end of the stick in the medical system.
Okay, yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Okay. So that book basically predicates us getting the short end of the stick in the medical system primarily just on racism.
Okay.
What I'm saying is it has much less to do with racism. Racism is still there, it's a fact. But I'm saying it has less to do with racism than global conquest. Global conquest is about intellectual property. So this is where theoretical sciences come in, because what the Greeks did was come into Kemet and study everything there and write down their theories of those things. They wrote down their theories of these things, mostly copying older paperworks. Even if they didn't understand it, it was important for them to copy it and put their handwriting and an imaginary person's name on it. So this is how you get people like Pythagoras that didn't exist. There's more evidence that Jesus was alive than Pythagoras. A lot of people want to debate Jesus all the time. Oh, is Jesus real? Can you prove Jesus? Oh, we barking up the wrong tree. We need to redirect that energy and have these folks prove that Pythagoras was real. Yeah.
Oh man, ain't no Pythagoras.
No such thing. No such character ever existed. There is more proof that Abraham existed and Moses existed and Jesus existed than Pythagoras.
Damn.
There are no traces of Pythagoras. The only thing that they have is these written down ideas that they attribute to Pythagoras that we know comes from Kemet.
Kemet, yeah.
Or Archimedes and all these guys. Like Archimedes, he invented leverage. Ho. How could he invent leverage when we have a weighing of the heart ceremony? Like, you do know the weighing of the heart ceremony is, there's a scale. So you can't have a scale without understanding leverage. See, that's an advanced understanding of leverage to create a scale. So it's again the demonstration of things versus the idea of things. That works a little better. Yeah, the demonstration of things versus the idea of things. So because we have the weighing of the heart ceremony where we're demonstrating a scale, we don't need to have a paper. Oh, there's no written papers that survive that demonstrates that they understood leverage in ancient. Oh, you didn't see those pictures there that they wrote on the side? They have the picture of a scale, right? No, that's a scale right there. We don't need to write up a theory of how it's a scale right there. But somehow we get brainwashed, like we living in this Men in Black movie where they hold up the little flashy thing and then erase our memory and we go along with whatever story they tell. So they have to, starting then, cover up all of the science of our bodies, all of our understanding of how to treat our bodies in order to constantly plant their flags in the soil. So you'll have, doctors or PhDs, and people believe like that's a real thing of authority. Oh, well, no, this is a PhD. Enqi, are you a PhD? I'm like, oh. You know that he went to school to be a PhD. Okay. So what happens in school? How many years did he go to school? Oh, he went to school for 4 years. He went to school for 6 years. He went to school for 8 years. Okay. How many classes did he take? How many books did he have to study per class? Oh, I don't know. I do. To become a PhD, you got to study on average, depending on the school you go to, 80 to 100 books. 80 to 100 books. Study. So once you've written more than 100 books, that's not even a thing anymore.
Mm.
So I've written more books than you read to get your degree. so that don't even let me just slap you on out of the conversation now. Now we can come on back down to earth. We can stop ego tripping and we can talk about actual information. It just comes back down to who knows what they're talking about or not now. Now we can come right back down to earth because the people hide behind qualifications and then allows John Q. Public to feel like their feelings or their intuition or what they may have studied is invalid because here's this guy and he's got some authority, blah, blah, blah. No, these guys, they have a system of covering up and promoting from within. So they're all going to come and give credence to the one that came before them because the system that's taking care of them, that's a part of the system. So it's not, people got it twisted. It's not Masons that's out here keeping secrets. It's these people that's a part of this Greco-Roman collective that are keeping the secrets from you. And it's the Kemetic scholars that, like Reggie and Jabari and these other guys that are a part of that are disguised in your community as teachers, but soon as you ask any questions, direct questions, everything falls apart. Because like I know, like anybody knows, Reggie knows that in Kemet, they had more than tweezers because they was performing surgery.
Mm-hmm.
But because the audience is dumb, respectfully, he gets to tell anything to the audience because the audience is not reading. They're trusting that he's reading. And because they're now used to being read to like babies as adults, because see, that's where we at. We are audiobook land. Everybody wants to be read to. So I'm going to trust that Reggie's read the books and then I'll have Reggie interpret the books to me. Yeah, that's how I'll get the knowledge because Reggie will read and then he'll read to me. No. You got to read. This is why we write books. So we can, okay, yeah, here, this what you, here, take this, study this, and then reference this material. After reading these books, go reference and debunk and rebunk and unbunk, go challenge the information. Go out there and go crazy with it, right? Go see what your ancestors were talking about. First things first, learn the nature of their teaching. They didn't teach the same way we teach today. This is a Western style of teaching, for better or for worse. But your ancestors did not see the world the way the world is saw today, right? We know science tells us today that there's two ways to view the world, right? We can view the world based on particles or we can view the world based on waves. Yeah, science tells us that. We can view the world based on particles or based on waves.
Facts.
The problem comes in, once again, where this has to be covered up because this is Kemetic intellectual property. When they tell you that the particle emerged from the wave, they're doing nothing more than telling you the story of Atum emerging from Noon.
Mm. And
we literally have the pictures. That's what's so crazy. It's like, yo, that's right there on that wall there. There's three squiggly lines. Okay, so that's the wave. And then you have Atum, like where they got Adam from, it's coming right out of that wave there. So I'm like, so how do we miss this? It's quantum. Oh, this is quantum mechanics. And hold on, this is quantum biology. I'm like, whoa. Stop getting mystified because you don't know how to read good. You're getting mystified by guys with long vocabulary words, and they don't even really understand what they're saying. I'm like, just snap out of this. There's no such thing as quantum anything without pigment.
Mm.
There's no quantum stop. There's pigment. So just start the conversation there. Quantum anything starts and ends. The conversation starts and ends with pigment. This is why the perfect black was always painted green. These colors are not happenstance. They're giving you advanced science. But the problem is that the people that were interpreting these things to us were not scientists or even students or science enthusiasts.
So wait. Perfect black is portrayed as green.
Correct.
So what does that say about kek crops or kek in Egypt or Kemet?
Well, you gotta, you got different systems for different cities.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because kek is portrayed as this green frog, and now it's a meme.
No, that's what I was gonna say. You got the Ogdo. Kek is a part of the Ogdo.
The who?
The Ogdo.
What's that?
The Kemenu.
Okay, I still don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Okay, so there's two stories. Both of them is basically the same story.
Okay.
So you got Hermopolis and Heliopolis, the Greek names, but you got these are the two prevailing systems of scientific study. Right?
Okay.
They're both communicating the same thing, but they just, so on the one side, you have the Ogdode or the Kemenu, which is 8 brother and sister gods. 4 pairs of twins.
Right. And
the hidden one that created the 4 pairs of twins. Right. So technically you have 9.
Okay.
Even though Og is 8, right? But you have a hidden one that creates the four twins.
Okay.
On the other side, you have the Enid, which the 9 is on Front Street. You have the same story.
Right.
4 sets of...
Yeah, that's the one I'm familiar with. Yeah.
So, but these are both the same...
Same thing.
Outside of the name, the communication is the same.
I got you. Okay.
So over here, you have Atum, Shu, Tefnut. On the other side, you have he had, ki, cat.
Okay.
So same stories.
Gotcha.
Right. But the color, particularly to Osiris, right? Because Osiris is the template for man, the template for life. So that's where it becomes super important and relevant to the science, because everything else is, right? So you got Atum, then you got Shu, Tefnut, Gebel. It's not to Osiris that you get a template for actually these forces coming together to make terrestrial life. And so when you get terrestrial life, you have the perfect black being green, symbolizing, amongst other things, the relationship of people and plants. Symbiotic relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Chlorophyll, melanin. So when people are talking about quantum biology and all this and all that, every time if you look up any one of these guys that's talking quantum biology, I forgot the guy's name who's supposed to be the deep guy with quantum biology, but they always go to a chlorophyll molecule. Oh yeah, well the chlorophyll molecule, so what happens is the chlorophyll molecule absorbs the light, and then all of a sudden the light is transferred in the thylakoid matrix into, an ejected electron. And so the ejected electron through the tunneling and blah, blah, they covering up all these, they're using all this vocabulary to seclude the audience. That's what technical vocabulary is for. Technical vocabulary is not to teach. Technical vocabulary is to make sure there's a small group that's to hide.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you really understood what you were saying, you can make it plain for common folks to understand.
Correct.
So it starts with J.J. Thomas or J.J. Thompson. I always mess up his name. But he's the guy who Albert Einstein plagiarized his whole vibe with the photoelectric effect. So that's where it starts, the relationship of light to electricity.
Mm-hmm.
How when light hits a conductor, the conductor absorbs the light and radiates an electron or some number of electrons, depending on the frequency of, you know, the light that hit it and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
So you fast forward to pigment. Pigment's doing something very similar. And this is where the whole idea of quantum blah, blah, blah comes into play in terms of biology, because it's about how light interacts with life. And I'm like, hold on. Y'all are trying to create this conversation where y'all can avoid this global L that you need to take before we move forward. There's a global L that you need to take before we move forward, because you cannot just move from your Charles Darwin-based theory of favored races and then slide on right into quantum biology as if pigment is not the central figure after you done denigrated, enslaved, raped, chopped off penises, hung folks, and all that because of their pigment. You don't get to you don't get to just slide on smoothly on into. But the dumb masses, because again, you can't know where you're going unless you know where you came from.
Right.
This is why we have a book called The Book of Shu. We wrote The Book of Shu. In the Book of Shu, we asked the question, you know, because it was early December when the book dropped. We asked the question, why is there a dichotomy between Yahshua in the Old Testament, or Yahshua in the Bible in general, and then the idea of Jesus dying on the cross later on? Because the Bible teaches you initially that Jesus was hung on a tree.
Right.
So was he hung on a tree or did he die on the cross? See, that's a problem. Because
it's a huge conflict.
So the being hung on a tree doesn't go platinum. That doesn't go platinum. The dying on the cross goes platinum. Because first of all, the being hung on a tree opens up too many questions. Because immediately the only reference point we'll have in America for being hung on a tree is blackness.
Right.
But the second thing is we would start asking ourselves, wait a minute, so what are we actually celebrating on Christmas again? Because there's no reference in the Bible for a tree mixed with Jesus. There's no intersection of tree and Jesus in the Bible except for the one he was hung on. So are we celebrating the day that Jesus was hung? What are we doing? It's a very interesting question. You got to start asking. So I'm not saying I know all the answers. I'm just saying these are some questions that folks don't necessarily want folks to be asking. Like, hey, where did the idea of the Christmas, the Christ Mass, wait, what does Mass mean? What are we celebrating? What do you do on Mass? You eat the body of Christ? Hold on. So we're eating? Are we eating Jesus? Are we cannibalizing Jesus? Do we eat Jesus? Are we eating his flesh and drinking his blood? And we're celebrating with the tree that he was hung on the tree. Oh. Just saying, these are the questions that people need to start asking. Like, some very interesting questions.
It's getting real vampirish out here.
It's getting crazy when you start to ask these questions. You gotta go, wait a minute now, hold on now, what's happening here? Because there's a lot of things that you just, but again, you can't know where you're going unless you know where you came from. So there's no way that we could understand the medical system.
So let's come back to quantum and pigment.
Okay. What
are they saying about quantum that should be explained simply, or explain to us simply what quantum has to do with the pigment again?
Okay.
Because it seems like what you're saying, now correct me if I'm wrong, this is here where I'm trying to measure my comprehension. There is information transmitted by light that is then synthesized by a medium, which we would call a pigment, and turned into another form of energy or emits a form of energy. Am I close?
I mean, that's the whole story. That's the whole truth and nothing but the truth, Your Honor.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So here's the thing. That though is extrapolated out into everything else, right? Because the Charles Darwin's theory of the favored races is against the pigment. The pigment is the sign, you know, that you're close to the monkeys, that you're close to the apes. The more pigment you have, the closer to the primates you are.
Yeah.
So you can't slide. Well, at least you shouldn't be able to. Right now, we're just letting them slide right from.
So how do they explain the phenomenon that I just described? What are they calling? What are they saying is happening?
Well, they're not putting the two together yet.
Oh, okay.
They're not, at least not to the public. They're just explaining in isolated, and so you don't really have them venturing into any other pigments to explain quantum biology except chlorophyll.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Chlorophyll is the least emotional, the most detached way that you can discuss it, because the moment you move the model of quantum biology from a plant pigment absorbing light and translating that into energy that the plant can then use, you have to move into the human body, and then it gets different there.
So, for example, I was reading this magazine called Popular Mechanics, okay? My dad's been subscribed to that since I was a kid. And they were doing a study on fungus. And in short, what they said was the fungus with the least amount of melanin, they described as pathetic. I could literally pull this article up probably for you now.
Listen, it's an emotionally charged conversation.
Right.
It's an emotionally charged conversation on both sides of the issue. Because you have Black folks that's getting ready to go crazy. Soon as this really hit the masses and people really understand what they're talking about, like Black folks go, look what happened on the internet when folks, when they thought Putin announced that Jesus was Black. Look what happened on the internet. Yo, when they thought Putin announced that Jesus was Black, the internet went crazy.
Yeah.
They have no idea what they're getting themselves into.
That's in that's when you start dealing with the Black Madonna and all of that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So they have no idea. And then the white folks will start feeling, you know, some guilt, some shame, some anger, like that. The emotional roller coaster of the masses is going to go crazy. Right. And so I'm trying to tell people this, but before it even gets deep, we didn't already got deep, but before it gets deep in terms of for the masses anyway, remember the moon.
Yes.
No, that's if we can remember the moon, the whole situation that went on with the moon landing.
Right. There's a lot of controversy surrounding that.
That will help us to understand what's going on with this race for quantum computers. Because it was a race for the moon. Now it's a race for the quantum. So it was a race to go as far as you could outside. Now it's a race to see how far you can go on the inside. Well, what we have to remember is that whole thing was staged.
They don't want to hear that.
That whole thing was staged. Well, it's confessed now. So it's not even a matter of like, listen, it's just like the flat earth thing. Listen, them folks that went to Antarctica and filmed the 24-hour sun. So now at this point, you can, like, for instance, there's people that still believes in the Easter Bunny.
Popular science. I'm sorry. I got it right here. Popular
there's
science.
People that believe in the Easter Bunny. And that is okay. But for the most of us, we know that, we know there's no Easter Bunny. But if people want to believe, listen, you're free to identify as. We live in that world. So it's, land of make-believe is big time now. So, like this, as long as we just understand make-believe is make-believe and we don't start this. And that's where the Kemetic naturopathy course is important again, because we don't realize what's make-believe and what's not.
Right.
We don't even know what our ancestors that created medicine and blah, 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 blah. And so all of these things have one root. So for people that are watching, it may be hard to keep up, depending on how much of this stuff you know and how much you don't. It may be hard to keep up. And it may seem like we're talking about a lot of different things. We're not. Because you can't have an understanding of healing the body if you don't understand the relationship of light to the body. So when we're talking about quantum mechanics, that is healing. That's naturopathic healing. The first form of medicine is natural light. So that's
interesting, because the mystics teach, when you do like Harvey Spencer Lewis talks about distant healing, and he says when you do distant healing, you have to imagine that you're bathing somebody in light. So they associate light with healing.
Listen, the papyri, the textbooks. And so this is how, and this is another reason why I'm saying they don't get to slide from Charles Darwin and slip into our holy of holies, and they just walking up in there like, nah, this is sacrilegious. Because the concept of the human body is the concept of the temple. The temple is the body. So when you hear about like operative masonry versus speculative masonry, speculative has to do with the spirit and the mind. Operative has to do with the actual physical body. Before you get to a church or a pyramid or a mosque or a synagogue, this is the temple. This is why you still have the names retained there. These are your temples. This is the temple. Like, this is it right here. This is it. People learning about real estate, you ain't learned about your first main piece of property. Your first main real estate that you can't buy or sell this is it right here.
Or you can buy and sell. You can buy and sell it. You might have to talk to Andrew Tate about that, but you can definitely.
You can rent it out.
You can rent it out. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't get rid of that thing. you can even put some fake parts in it, but you can't. You stuck with that. Period. And once that thing goes kaput and stop working, it's a wrap.
Let me share this article real quick. I sent you the whatchamacallit as well, the article. And I just want to, because people be like, Hotep Jesus be making up shit, he's a racial supremacist and all this other shit. And I'm just like, nah, I'm just dealing in science. So I got it wrong. It was popular science, not popular mechanics. And it says right here, I'm going to read the whole article because it's very short. It says, the amazing diversity of colors produced by molds and other fungi can vary regionally, says Sarah Robinson, a researcher at Oregon State University. She said blues and greens, remember you talked about green, are prevalent in Pacific Northwest, whereas oranges are more common in the Amazon. But the raison d'etre of this rainbow of melanins, carotenoids, and other pigments isn't always clear. Some of the species Robinson studies secrete melanins that act as weapons against enemy fungi. Some lay them down as barriers that rival molds can't breach. Other labs have found that pigments can protect fungi from ultraviolet light, temperature extremes, and free radicals. Nicholas Money, a fungal biologist at Miami University in Ohio, has studied how fungi cope when engineered without their normal melanin. He says, quote unquote, they're pathetic. He says their list of disabilities is so long that it's difficult to focus on any one problem. Fungal melanin may have evolved to protect against enzymes produced by amoebas in the soil, even though melanized fungi, as a rule, are healthier and more prolific than other kinds, which may explain why black molds have such a bad rap. There's no evidence that these species are more harmful to humans. Still, the variety of colors and their functions remain somewhat enigmatic. Fungi are more investing in a lot of energy into producing all of that pigment, says Money. They look beautiful, and we don't always know why. This is Popular Science. I sent you that link to the article. Very interesting.
That's crazy. You done started something. Who's in my kitchen? Go get that book, Weapons of Mass Instruction.
He says, I repeat it again, Nicholas Money out of Miami University, how fungi cope when engineered without their normal melanin. They're pathetic. Their list of disabilities is so long that it's difficult to focus on any one problem. So coming back to what you're saying is, people want to take a look at diseases and this disease and that disease, but it seems like there's one central problem, and that's the synthesis of light and pigment.
Well, it's a trio. It's a trinity.
Okay.
Light, electricity, and magnetism. It's a trinity.
Mm-hmm.
So again, and it goes to the relationship of people and plants. So the plants take light and they use light energy to hydrate carbon.
Okay.
They use light energy to hydrate carbon.
Mm.
And that's what a carbohydrate is. Hydrated carbon.
Gotcha.
So all natural fruits and vegetables have some formula that breaks down to 1 carbon plus 1 unit of H2O. So you take a carbon atom and you add that to a unit of water, H2O, and that's how you build all fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
Hydrated carbons.
Gotcha.
The sun's energy to do that. Now, we go in reverse. We break that down for the light. This is why, again, we have to go back to our own science, because you got a lot of people that's following people that's watering down, flipping, remixing, unscientific, on purpose, by accident, confusing the people.
Mm-hmm.
There is no such thing as melanin is human chlorophyll.
Mm.
That's a non-starter. That's a non-starter. That is super unscientific and keeps Black folks dumb.
Mm.
There's no human chlorophyll. There's chlorophyll, which is in plants, and there's melanin. Melanin and chlorophyll don't serve the same function. All different types of pigments have different types of functions. Chlorophyll is so that plants can take in CO2, carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is poisonous to us. We forget, we get caught up on this one little part of something we like, and we get an emotional reaction, and then we start going crazy with, oh, wait a minute. White folks said that Black folks was here first. Yeah, out of Africa theory. Yeah, Charles Darwin is right. That's real science. Oh, whoa, slow it down, champ. You got to slow it down. That's not real science. That's not facts. No, melanin is human chlorophyll. Yeah, no, we special. Yeah, oh, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, we special, but it's not human chlorophyll. You don't even know you reduced yourself. Melanin is way more efficient at converting light into energy than chlorophyll is. Chlorophyll that ain't even in the same, they not the same. Like, that's not like comparing Kobe, Mike, and LeBron. That's debatable. It's not even debatable with melanin and chlorophyll. Like that's not even in the same ballpark. But if you look at the rest of the story, there's other ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
Carbon dioxide is the main ingredient. Carbon dioxide is a poison for us. We don't absorb carbon dioxide. We get rid of that. We got to get rid of that. You know what I'm saying? And that's some of the battle I'll be having with the Sabi folks. They carbon, carbon, carbon. I'm like, oh, I need y'all to hit y'all brakes a little bit with this carbon craziness.
Mm-hmm.
You do know that the human body gets rid of carbon. Like it gets rid of the carbon. We eat the food, and then the first thing we get rid of is the carbon. Like it's such a toxic thing to keep in the body. We can't even wait to pee it out. We don't doodle it out. We get rid of that immediately. And as our body becomes less efficient at removing carbon, that's where we get into hypoxia, hypercapnia, respiratory issues, etc. Most people that's fat is because their respiratory system is no longer synchronized with their metabolism. Because those two things has to go together. And you can't have a good respiratory system if you don't move the body. But what happens is, so here's how it goes. So, because I know it's going to be people, but this is why y'all need to get the naturopath. Y'all need to get in the course and start getting these books and start, learning the thing and two. But so here's how it works. When you eat some stuff, let's just go ahead and translate. Let's put fat on the side and protein on the side. You're going to break it down for the most part into glucose, right? You're going to get glucose, and your body's going to break glucose down so that you can do the electron transport chain thing and the ATP thing. Glucose, the residue from breaking down glucose is carbon. And for every carbon, every chain of glucose you get that you break down, you're going to have 2 leftover carbons. Each one of those carbons is going to need 2 oxygen atoms to couple with it to get rid of it. So for every strand of glucose you break down, you need at least 4 oxygen atoms to escort those 2 carbons up out of your body. So if you just sitting around and eating up the place and you don't really, you're consuming more calories than you're breaking down, not only are you storing fat, but your ability to breathe is slowing down. It's not that you're just building up cholesterol or calcium. It's not that you're just getting glycation and the sugars are sticking to the pigments and all that. It's that your pulmonary membrane is getting thicker. The thicker your pulmonary membrane gets, the harder it is for your lungs to oxygenate your blood. The less oxygen you get in the blood, the less energy you have. The less energy you have, what do? You look to eat something or you look for a stimulant. So because people are having chronic issues where their pulmonary membrane is getting hard as a rock, you have a huge market for what? Energy drinks. So yeah, you just don't understand what's happening to your body, but the people that do are not going to help you. They're just going to monetize your stupidity and sell you a stimulant. Oh, here's some stimulants. We're going to load this up with caffeine. The caffeine will make them believe that they actually have real energy, even though it's going to stimulate that sympathetic nervous system. It's going to make their heart go like this. Yeah. And so we get to make our money at the same time as we don't get in the way of the pharmaceutical companies. The pharmaceutical companies still going to get their money because we're not helping nobody. The deaf people, the coroners, they're going to still get their money. The people who resell body parts of dead people on the hush-hush, right? Because all you care about is how your family look at the funeral. You don't know if they still got their liver in there or their body parts or their eyeballs or you don't know what they done sold out of them people. As long as they look good at the funeral, you cool.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all believe in this world of commerce that they're actually donating organs. Oh yeah, they signed up to donate their organs after death. Whoa. Donate them to who? You know, they might have donated them to somebody who resold them. Why would you be donating your organs? No, that's dumb. Sell them. Put a price tag on them. You want these, pay for it. Yeah. Why would you donate your organs to somebody and then somebody does a $50,000, $100,000 surgery and your family can't even pay for a casket? That's crazy. Yeah, no. Sell them body parts. Yeah, I'm going in the ground. I ain't gonna need them, but hey, don't. No. These belong to my kids. So if you want these, drop off a check with the kids. Drop off a check. Yeah. You gotta split that money down.
So we got a couple of questions here. We got one in the chat says, "Can you kick asthma with eating right and exercise?" And another one is, instead of choosing, stimulants, how do we create energy in the body?
So, well, the thing with asthma is you got to see what's really going on in your body. There's people who, quote unquote, get rid of asthma without even trying all the time. Like some people, they, quote unquote, grow out of asthma. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on what you really have going on. Some people have low levels of autoimmune disease that's also classified as asthma. So you're going to have, you got some other stuff going on. And then some people, it's just weight management. It's the fact that their eating is not coupled to their metabolism is no longer coupled to their respiratory system. Right? Now, the solution, when the person said, is there a solution besides caffeine? Yeah, there's a solution. The solution is just it's not Ozempic. Right? The solution is just not Ozempic. You have to recouple metabolism to respiration. This is why, again, the solution is you go get the books and get into the Kemetic naturopathy course, right? Because if we go back to Kemet, right? Here's how you speak to Kemet, because you can still talk to them, right? We can find out what the idea of what's the highest form of beauty to the Kemetic, the people that gave us pyramids, math, science. What's the highest form of beauty? And when you go back, you're going to find out that the word for beauty is also the symbol for like starting, which is the closest they got to like a zero, different concepts though. But the symbol for beauty is a word called Nefer. And it's a windpipe attached to a heart.
Wow. You notice that with like when people like you see a lot of these before and after pictures. You see chicks when they be overweight, you be like, dang, yo, you look busted. And then they slim down, they be hitting the gym, and they're like, damn, she cute now.
Well, it's we got to do that, but it's more than hitting the gym. Because we got people that's in great shape. They look physically super fit, and then they having a heart attack.
Right.
Because they didn't get so here's the thing that we almost never see. Right? There's some exceptions, but we almost never see this when we look at the hieroglyphs. You never see fat people.
Right.
You never see muscular people. You never see super diesel people, and you never see outrageously fat people. You don't see that. Because what all they understood about health, first of all, they didn't have the same concept of death. So they was not obsessed with avoiding transition. So the obsession with immortality is a European thing. Because you can only try to get something that you don't already have. No. Let me say that again. You can only try to get something that you don't already have. So because they saw the world in Kemet from a wave standpoint, We have built our world on the understanding of the world as particles. They built their world on the understanding of the world as waves. So everything that was important to them was in wave universe, energy, light, radiation, subatomic. That's the world they played in.
Mm.
We play in this world of physics, which technically, if you look up the definition of physics, it's matter and energy, but we don't really deal with the energy side. Energy is something that facilitates and fuels matter. We don't really, energy is a side effect. But that's the world that they lived in. So there's a clash in ideology. We can't line it up apple for apple or orange for orange, because it's not. It's oranges to apples.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But that's how we got to get our perspective on, to see, to try to, you know, to put those glasses on. We got to go into the energy world.
Mm-hmm.
Everything there was about the body, and it was about harnessing energy, and it was about balance. And even our modern science, which would be the closest thing to Kemetic religion.
Mm.
You know, if you want to pinpoint it down, it would be trigonometry. The study of triangles would be the closest thing you have to religion back then.
Mm.
Yeah, because a triangle is the first shape. It's the most stable shape. It interacts the most with energy, right? Then if you go into biology, the shape of water molecule is a triangle. The shape of a phospholipid, which forms the membrane of all your cells, is a triangle. So even biology, whether you started from a water point or a membrane point, triangles, right? But yeah, it's study of triangles.
So we talked about pigment and light and healing. Does that leave white people out of the conversation?
No, because they're alive. You can't be alive without pigment. See, listen, we got so we got the idea that white people don't have pigment from the same group of goofballs and bozos. So this is the same group of people that's misleading everybody. And then you have folks like our dear sweet brother Nimsi, right? Reggie. Reggie's just the best example, because Reggie makes all of the elders look bad, because he likes to start off all his conversations with, and I'm a student of Jack Clark and this one and that one, and I'm a student of this one, and I'm the direct student. Oh, whoa. So you're saying that your teachers all co-signed this? Because you know, unlike your audience, I read books.
Mm.
And some of your teachers that you're claiming, you know, they actually wrote books. So we don't have to listen to you to know what John Henry Clark was thinking. We don't have to listen to you to know what Sheikh Anta Diop was saying. We could just go get the material and read up on it ourselves. They got papers they wrote and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And Diop or Jope, you know, because they like to get, you know, oh, it wasn't Diop, so that's how we know you don't know. Because
you didn't say his name right.
You're saying Osiris, and we know that it was actually Asar. I'm like, oh, whoa. First of all, it wasn't even Asar. It was Usir. You want to be technical. But if you're talking to the masses, you need to speak in what most people will. You trying to communicate something, or you trying to be smart? You trying to be a lecturer or a teacher? They're not the same thing. A lecturer talks at the people. A teacher wants to make sure you get what he's saying. So I need to speak in the language of the people.
Right.
But Diop was the GOAT when it comes to the pigment. He wasn't even with all the debates. He was like, oh. You know, we can just figure this on out, because the mummies are still right there. We got this thing over here called the science lab. So yeah, we can just, no. Matter of fact, let me just show you what I'm saying. Let me just get a sample of this right here. let me just show you what. Let's just quiet all this down. Let's just start sampling. So that was very much a part of, you know what I'm saying? But no, everybody that's alive, pigment is all throughout all kingdoms of life. From the single cell, bacterial, all the way on up. You know, virus, is different because virus is a strand of, genetic information.
Mm-hmm.
A virus is homeless. It needs a cell. But starting with any type of cell going on up from single cells all the way up, pigment exists through every single kingdom, period. So there's no such thing as people that don't have pigment. And then somebody's going to say, but wait a minute, Mr. Smarty Pants. What about albinos? Albinos have neuromelanin.
Mm.
So they may not have any on the outside, but they have some on the inside. But all of our cells have pigment in them. It's not just our skin cells. See, that's the thing with the surface level, pun intended, information. You get stuck right there on the surface, right? So in the skin, you have pheomelanin and eumelanin, right? And scratch that. In the skin, you have keratinocytes, which are adult stem cells, which are your skin cells. Then you have melanocytes. Melanocytes are the cells that's going to create the pigment. Inside melanocytes, you have melanosomes. Melanosomes are the enzymes that's going to do most of the work. Melanosomes is going to synthesize your melanin. The melanin granules themselves have broad categories. You have pheomelanin as one category, and then you have eumelanin as another category. But there are different types of eumelanin, and there are different types of pheomelanin. Pheomelanin is the sulfur-based family of melanins. Glutathione, cysteine, all of those things contribute to making pheomelanins. Eumelanin doesn't have the glutathione and the sulfurs in the matrix. So this is where you get the more deeper, darker colors or hues from, or of green. So that's the other thing. That's when you get to a whole nother level of understanding of the black and the green. Right? So the perfect black being green, biological green is an impossible color. So there are a group of colors that our eyes can't interpret because we only have 3 major, types of cones to interpret light, color. So the type of green that our body radiates, our eyes interpret as brown because it can't handle the red and the green at the same time. So that's something that we have to really wrestle with. People is not even ready to deal with that yet.
So we not black or brown, we green.
Correct. That's something that's so out there. That's so out there because we would have to ask ourselves if we're just on the cusp of understanding what impossible colors are. How did they know 5,000 years ago? There's a lot that they knew 5,000 years ago. We just getting the understanding of today. This is how you have Atum and Noon and quantum mechanics. This is how you have Atum and Noon and quantum mechanics. And there's levels to even that understanding. And we talk about those also, because when you look at Noon, you have 3 squiggly lines, that's waves, right? So we're taught from our earliest Egyptologists that was translating, and then our Kemetic scholars that studied what they translated, that Noon represented chaotic waves, right? But that's only because we superimposed that definition on top of Big Bang ideology.
Okay.
But if we look at it, it's not chaotic because the 3 squiggly lines are in sync. So there's harmony in those waves. So now you start to get into harmony and sound and frequency. There's other stuff that's there the more we study. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot still to learn about the human body that we just And the beauty is, the more we learn, the more we go back and study, the more we see they already was there already.
They look at us like idiots.
Because we don't see with our eyes and hear with our ears. We see and we hear with our mind. So we have to learn of a thing before we can understand what we're looking at when we see it. It could be right there sitting in front of us. If we don't know what we're looking at, we don't have a concept for it.
Yeah.
We have to learn the concept of, oh, wait a minute. So there's a such thing as impossible colors? I thought our eyes could see everything. Of course, your eyes cannot see everything. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as visible part of the electromagnetic spectrum if your eyes could see everything.
Right.
Our eyes can only see a very small bit. And if you notice, what are the visible spectrum? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Yeah, where's brown at?
Ain't no brown in there.
There's no brown on there. So there's obviously things that we, there's things we still learning, because we're just learning now that the pigments in our eyes are its own category of pigment, which is a classification of a neuron. So that's a whole nother level of understanding, that what we know of as pigments in our eyes is actually neurons, specialized neurons.
Okay.
So we gotta deal with that. Then we gotta understand that the reason why I bring it back to melanocytes and keratinocytes is because the keratinocyte, which is the skin cell that's eventually gonna house the pigment, the pigment's injected into the keratinocyte. The keratinocyte is not creating the pigment. Pigments are added to the keratinocytes. So what we see of when we're looking at a person, we forget, like, for instance, another pet peeve of mine, people that get lost in chakra conversation, right? Because you're getting lost in a mystery gobbledygook fable of foolishness, you don't have the time to spend on learning how your body really deals with and interacts with light.
Can I take a stab at this one?
Go crazy.
The chakra system is actually the endocrine gland system.
No, sir. That is gobbledygook.
Oh shit, I fucked up.
Yeah.
Correct me.
No, the chakra system is nothing. The chakra system is the Easter bunny. The chakra system is not the endocrine system. The chakra system is gobbledygook.
But what I'm saying is, what people call the chakra system,
It's
right,
gobbledygook.
is gobbledygook, but what they need to be paying attention to is the endocrine gland system.
No, what they need to be paying attention to is the human body.
Okay.
There's no analogy. So there's a book written in 1977 by a hippie that was high, that came up with the idea that chakra somehow was synonymous with the endocrine system.
Okay.
That's not a real thing. So the chakras were invented by Brahman, and the authoritative text on what chakras are and what they're not, is a group of books called the Upanishads.
That's out of India.
Correct.
Right.
And so in the Upanishads, they would tell you what the chakras are. The chakras are imaginary balls.
Spinning.
A lot of stuff was added later.
Okay.
These are imaginary spheres that you use to mentally attract demons into your body.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Is a fact. And each one of the chakras had different spheres and levels of demons that you could attract into your body. Literally called demons, like not even made up. Because Hindu people believe in demons.
Right.
This is where Buddhism comes in.
Right.
Buddhism came in to rebuke the Hinduism.
Okay.
Buddha came in and was like, yo, you don't need none of that.
Yeah.
You just need to go within and deal with self. And But yeah, Gautama Siddhartha Gautama, I forgot his name. I don't want to butcher his name. I got a lot of respect.
I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Tradition. But the Hindus believe in demons. They believe in transgender. Like, this is a part of their religion and culture. This is the reason why Kamala had no problem partnering with Biden to champion the transgender community.
Damn.
Because for Kamala, this is her heritage. Yeah. You know, they coming in with the androgynous, that's their heritage. So again, people that don't read don't know what they don't understand what's happening around them. So of course, she would love to see that sort of hell manifest on the earth, because for her, that would be her gods manifested in the flesh.
Okay.
So she would love to have that going. That's that, you know, that's that culture, you know what I'm saying? But that's not Kemetic. So you can't be pro Kemet and pro chakra. That's not a real thing. And you can't be pro chakra and pro melanin. So all these people running around talking about melanin and talking about chakras, you got to pick one and stay over there.
Why can't you be pro melanin and pro
because
chakra?
Melanin is the pigment, and the pigment system in your body does what? Absorbs light, stores light, radiates light. Chakras do what? Absorb light, store light, radiate light.
It's conflict of interest.
So what we doing? Is the chakras absorbing and storing and radiating light in your body? Or is the pigment doing that? If you're happy with the Easter bunny, cool. Stick with the Easter bunny.
So what you're telling me is that this hippie superimposed the chakra system over the endocrine gland system to try and connect the two?
To try to make, so it starts with Madame Blavatsky.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar. Yep.
So Madame Blavatsky and the Satanists, they merged these ideas so that they could bring the sex rituals, so they could mask sex rituals and bring it into pop culture.
Wow.
And it happened, hook, line, and sinker. So this is where you get Bobby Hemmett teaching that your soul is located in your anus. These are only facts. This is how you get Brother Panic teaching that, you know, a man has to have these anal orgasms and all that to activate the spirit. You get Nature Boy coming out of that same school with Young Pharaoh teaching that same thing. Nature Boy took it to a whole nother level because Nature Boy was funded. See, a lot of people don't know Nature Boy had a
backer?
No, yeah, but what's that? What you have? A sugar daddy. Nature Boy had a sugar daddy. When Nature Boy was a stripper in the gay clubs, he had a guy that formed a relationship with him and really start, you know, like going on privates with him. You know, like privates. That's what strippers do. You in the club, you throw a few dollars, but if you hook up with him outside, then you could set up a big money. Yeah, so he had a you know, a guy that him love him.
He had a sugar daddy? Oh my God.
And the sugar daddy set up a barbershop for him so he could make more money for himself. And the sugar daddy also funded him to join the conscious community. And the sugar daddy funded his, you know, his stays out in the jungle and all that. So he had a private, you know, he had a sugar daddy that was funding it. I forgot the guy's name.
This is some homosexual acts you talking about here?
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, Nature Boy is. This is not new information, bro. Nature Boy even married a transgender. Wait. Let me put this correctly, because I thought this was hilarious, and not that he did this, because people's preferences are their preferences, but I thought it was hilarious that the illiterate audience didn't know what they was looking at. See, this is why people got to go back to reading again, because then you start getting confused. You don't know what you. So Nature Boy married a pre-op transgender. And nobody understood what that was. It's like, that's just a gay man. That's what a pre-op transgender person is. Okay, that means they haven't had an operation yet. So it's just a man. If it's pre-op, it's pre-operation.
All right, I'm about to lose my lunch. Let's go back to Madame Blavatsky and chakras. Let's go.
Well, this is the thing, because this is how Nature Boy gets these guys out into the woods, and he starts doing what he's doing out there, because he creates a thing called the brown chakra. And in order to be a part of his clique, you got to deal with the brown chakra.
And that's in your ass, I'm betting.
That's your anus. The same thing Bobby Hemmett and Brother Panic was teaching. You got to go through the anus. Brother Rich, all them guys, that's what they into. Billy Carson, that's the program.
Billy Carson was teaching that shit too?
Of course. That's that Billy, bro. This is the main culture of these. This is the main culture of these guys.
This is all so new to me, yo.
This whole chakra. Listen, here's a clip of what's this comedian?
Godfrey?
No, what's the white guy from In Living Color?
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey is teaching it.
He teaching brown chakra too?
Absolutely. Now, brown chakra is Nature Boy's signature. That's how he calls it.
Right. But the concept
teaches that you have to, get into your feminine, whatever. But it's the same thing. Jim Carrey was teaching that, you've got to activate the sexual energy at the base of the spine through your anus, and it's going to go up and activate your pineal gland. It's the same thing that Billy Carson just did a special. Billy Carson and another guy, they did a.
Where the hell I've been at, man?
They did it's called the God Program. Brother Rich sponsored it.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. B and Billy Carson.
Who the hell's Brother Rich?
The people watching know. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
But Brother Rich, he's deep into this. Bobby Hemmett is his master teacher, so he's big into this anus activation program. So Dr. B and Billy Carson comes together to do a tour teaching people about the anus G-spot and how you activate your God-given power through your anus, anal penetration. And so Brother Yaki Awakening teaches it. He even went on Tasha K to teach it. Brother Yaki was on Tasha K teaching about the male G-spot. Because a lot of these guys believe that pegging is still a straight male activity. So you could be a straight man, and if you have a woman pegging you, you just activating your spiritual centers and all that.
Huh?
Yeah, because your spiritual center got to get activated unless you want to be a savage. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you got to get that activation, champ. Listen, hold on. Let me take you back to the beginning of the show. This is where my initial beef starts with Lord Jamar. My initial beef with Lord Jamar starts with this concept of
hold on, we gotta go to commercial break. Hold the fuck on, man. This is too goddamn much. We gotta go to commercial break, y'all. What the fuck is going on here, y'all?
No, wait. Before we go to commercial break, because we gotta stay right here for a second. Lord Jamar is doing a live stream with a guy named the Chakra Doctor. This is like 2 years ago. This is when I knew Lord Jamar was out to lunch. See, y'all just getting hip because y'all seen the flat earth thing. I knew he was out to lunch because it was a guy explaining to Lord Jamar on his channel, Yada Mean Podcast, that when he was in prison.
Not Yada. Yada's involved in this too?
No, Yada is the one that got caught up with the trannies with Polite.
That's the short nigga.
Yeah, Yada was with the trannies with Polite.
He was in that. Oh, Lord, Jesus.
No, bro. Everybody, listen. So hold on. These are separate. Listen. There's a guy called the Chakra Doctor. He's on Lord Jamar's podcast. His podcast is called Yadameen. That's what his podcast is named. That's the name of his podcast, Lord Jamar's podcast. The guy is explaining to Lord Jamar that while he was in prison, he got his chakras activated. Now, I'm telling everybody, I'm like, now y'all know exactly what that means right there, okay? Y'all can play stupid if y'all want to. But he's telling Lord Jamar that while he was in prison, he got his chakras activated. And he getting ready to go ahead and activate Lord Jamar's chakras.
I'm done. I'm done.
So wait, no.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah, listen. Listen, these are facts. You got to listen to this. You have to deal with this reality.
Nah. This is too much. This is too much. What the fuck is... I spent way too much time in white Twitter. What the fuck has been going on while I've been gone, yo?
Listen, so I'm in the chat room going crazy. I'm in the chat room. People think I'm trolling. They're like, oh, that's Dr. Enqi. You should pull him up because he going in the chat. That's Dr. Enqi. So he read the messages and I guess he feel like I'm trolling because I'm saying, yo, first of all, chakras is fake. That's not a real thing. And you don't understand what this guy is offering you. Talking about he got his chakras activated in prison. He getting ready to activate your chakras. Now, listen, you may not be. So he blocked me from the woo, but yeah. So back then I knew something was off because I knew that wasn't all wise, right, and exact. I know that's not from the nation of gods and earths. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? What is you doing? He telling you everything without telling you. He like, yo, I got my chakras activated in prison. And you know, his neck is moving a lot and all that. I'm like, yo, bro, he telling you now, you going along with this thing here. So, but yeah, that's you know. Yeah, so that's what I knew something was off with the strong black man, Lord Jamar, that we had been presented with back in the days.
So
things got different.
Brother Panic.
Yeah, the whole cabal, all of them is into that. All of them is into that. They all into that.
Ben Carson. Who is this other dude? Dr. B Serious? Who is this? Brother Rich? Who is this?
Dr. B Serious. They did a program. Hold on, see, you're gonna make me pull up the program.
Who is Brother Rich? Because I know faces. I don't really know names too well. Chat, can somebody drop? Is this Magic 363? Is this him?
Correct. There you go.
9 Ether.
That's it.
Oh, no, wait.
Ain't no, oh, no, wait. You asked for it. You got it.
I see him with 7 Bomar.
Listen, they all into it, man.
Wait, which one of these niggas is chat? Listen, I need y'all to help me out, yo.
They all into it, man. You gotta relax. It's happening right there. You see what's happening.
Which one of these niggas is Brother Rich, chat? Is 7 Bomar Brother Rich now?
No, 7 Bomar is not Brother Rich, but 7 Bomar, I believe he's with the chakras. Listen.
Oh, Radiohead Rich? This is Brother Rich?
Listen, they all into that action, man. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
This is Brother Rich on the left right here? I just want to know faces just in case, you know.
Oh, wait, let me see. Because I'm over here looking for, I can't see what you got going.
The chat said they identified him. Okay.
The chat know what's up.
The chat knows. They hipping me right now. The chat knows. This is insane.
Okay. Here, let's just look at this clip right here. I think this clip has, let me see.
Send me the link. Send me the link.
Oh, send me the link. All right.
Send me the link so I can pull it up on the screen.
Okay, now how do I do that?
What the fuck is going on, yo?
More.
Niggas is going in your butt to activate. I just want to be clear, y'all. We not doing none of this shit in Hotepistan. Okay?
Hey, I don't know how to send you the link. Where is
in the chat? In the chat down
right
there?
Here. Chat. Bang. Boop. Bang. Okay, hit that right there. That should get you.
All right, let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. Hold on. Let's pull
Yeah,
this
just let
up.
that play. Just let that whole thing play right there.
Let's pull this up.
It's about 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But let me see how many minutes it is. How long is this? It's 2 minutes.
2 minutes and 45
Secrets of the hidden
seconds.
secrets of the universe.
All right, it's
Welcome to
playing
this
now. Hold on.
fascinating journey through the veils of the mysterious and the unknown. Today, we will delve into the depths of esoteric knowledge, where magic and mystery intertwine in a sublime manner. In this portal between worlds, we will unravel the enigmas that the human mind has only dared to imagine, exploring occultism in its purest form. Here, reality blends with illusion. Where will becomes the key that unlocks the unveiled secrets of the cosmos. And remember, my friends, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Throughout this journey, we will unveil the mysteries of alchemy, reveal the secrets of the stars, and dive deep into ceremonial magic. I invite all of you to abandon conventions and allow your minds to open to the unknown. Prepare yourselves to challenge the boundaries of what is considered possible and to question the nature of reality. However, remember that the pursuit of occult knowledge requires courage, discipline, and a deep respect for the balance between light and shadow. My dear seekers of hidden knowledge, hidden knowledge, hidden knowledge, hidden knowledge, hidden knowledge, hidden knowledge.
Can Doc B touch more on the anus? Oh my gosh. In utero, they say that the first muscle to be created is the anus. And almost all your muscles in your body and also your meridians come together in the anus. Now, I wasn't there, I wasn't watching it, but this makes a lot of sense because that's what holds you together. That's what holds everything in. You see? So that's at the bottom of the pelvis. It's tightening everything. That's your digestive tract. Everything ends there. It is directly opposite your pineal. As above, so below. How you put pressure on it, you have to start at the anus. We talk about this in God Power 2. God Power 1. Please go get God Power 1. If you can't find it, go to elevationtime.com. We still have it there on the website. You can go get God Power 1. But you start this exercise by squeezing the anus.
A man has something called a G-spot, too. And the only way you can get through it is through his anus.
Nah, I don't want my son under no nigga like that.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Wait. I seen this brother with the dreads before. And I seen him say something online. I was like, this is pretty questionable. I forget what it was, but every time he pops up on my timeline, I'm like, I don't trust his information. So he's saying this shit too. Now, they said all the muscles end. Tell me that's not true. All the muscles do not end in the ass. Please tell me this is not true.
Listen, there is no such thing as a male G-spot in your anus. There is no such thing as a G-spot in your anus. That's false. That is the information that sexual deviants are using to seduce young, unsuspecting men into things that they shouldn't be doing.
This is some sex cult magic shit.
That's exactly what it is.
Now,
and some people from the cult have went to prison for sex crimes. Started with Dr. York. So there's that. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and commercial break it. Let's go ahead and commercial break it and come back with some.
Hold on a second. So how does this get tied to Madame Blavatsky again?
Madame Blavatsky she started this. So you actually before you even get to Madame Blavatsky.
And Dr. Phil Valentine.
Unfortunately, this actually starts with a black guy.
Okay.
Pastor Beverly Randolph.
Okay.
And he was a promoter of sex magic and this whole concept that I'm not my body. I'm a spiritual being having a human experience.
Okay.
Right. People don't know what they're talking about when they say that. They're quoting that from people that they don't know who these people are.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. Oh, that's that same old out of Africa. You just hearing a soundbite, and you don't realize when you start quoting that, you're grabbing a hold to a whole entire culture. And those cultures that you might be trying to mix up, they might not mix up, because that's not a Kemetic ideology. So you can't say you pro Kemet once again, and you also that, because that's not Kemetic philosophy. Kemetic philosophy, you got the Ka, the Ba, the Ren, you got levels to, but all those things is tied together.
But Kemet is the same thing because you have multiple lives.
What do you mean multiple lives?
Reincarnation. The soul goes to the heart is weighed in front of Ma'at.
You have the fact that energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Right.
Full stop.
Yeah.
Science tells us energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Only transferred.
This goes back to what I was saying earlier, the European obsession with immortality. Because in Kemet, you're not going to chase after something unless it's something you don't have.
Right.
It was already understood energy cannot be created or destroyed, just transformed.
Right.
That's not I'm detached from my body. My body is just a vessel that I'm inhabiting as a spirit, and my spirit doesn't have a sexual agenda. Spirits don't have spectrum. See, so when we hear something, the soundbite, right?
Yeah.
The soundbite can sound factual, but we don't realize that soundbite may have other stuff attached to it.
Right.
And so we may like the soundbite. I'm a spiritual being having a physical experience.
Right.
Where does that soundbite come from? That soundbite comes from people trying to promote a transgender ideology. Because what they're saying is that, yeah, because what they're saying is that the spirit doesn't have a gender.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter what I do with my body. My body is just a vessel that I'm in. And hey, I might have the wrong body for my spirit. That's
what they be saying.
And they say that children can identify being in the wrong body.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, if we just grab the soundbite might sound right to us.
Right.
Before we get the full understanding and go, whoa, okay, wait. I get it, and I respect your ideology. I just don't share that. I'm not going to partake. I'm going to pass on that. I get it now. That's cool. But I have an idea of God, and my concept of God doesn't allow room for me to think that God slipped me into the wrong body. And my concept of science tells me that energy is spirit. And since I know that energy does have polarity, yeah, I'm going to pass on that also, the idea that spirit doesn't have a gender, because I know that gender is the duality of the universe.
Right.
So there is no space where there's it's duality. It's negative, positive. It's
right.
A proton, it's an electron, it's an antimatter, matter. It's everything has a polarity. Everything has a binary aspect to it. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in.
Yeah.
But we can choose to operate outside that. Now, that's the world we're in also. So I can choose to believe in Easter Bunny. It's cool. You just can't force us all, the rest of us, to believe in Easter Bunny.
So let's try and piece this together. they're saying that you are the spirit and not the body, and you're saying that Kemet taught that you are the energy.
No, I'm saying that Kemet did not invalidate the body. This is why you have a weighing of the heart ceremony.
Right.
Because what you do in that body, with that body, is going to determine what you get to do going forward.
Right.
Right. So it's not, I can just do anything with this body because the body is meaningless because my spirit, blah, blah, blah. That's not how it goes.
Right. The body's definitely valid.
Super valid.
Right.
Divine.
Right.
Which is the whole study of divine proportion.
So what
we've dumbed down to geometry.
So what gets passed on to the next life?
The spirit, depending on what you do in the flesh. The flesh and the spirit is together. There's a marriage of the flesh and the spirit. And
at the point of conception, there's a marriage of spirit and flesh, right? And then you transition, and then spirit.
No. There's no. See, that's not guaranteed to everybody.
Not everybody's going to transition.
Some people they was living foul. So you're not going to pass the way into the heart ceremony.
So you
know what's funny is this here's a funny thing.
Uh-huh.
Because a lot of people will say, well, that's Kemetic, that's Kemetic mythology.
Right.
Right up into the point where we go, the number one cause of death is heart disease. Right there is where we gotta go. Wait, because it sounds like it's because we don't like to anything that imposes laws and rules and on us. We like to find our way out of that.
Right.
But then you got to go, well, hold on. With all of the money, with all of the PhDs and master's degrees and doctor degrees and medicine and surgery and, pacemakers and all the trinkets. You're telling me that we haven't figured out heart disease yet? The funny thing is, of course, like everything else, we have a book. We have 2 books, actually. It's a 2-book series on the cure for heart disease being in the Bible. It's crazy. And we know now, well, I don't know who's all watching, but, we spent a great deal of time exposing the fact that the Bible is a new version or a coded version of the Papyrus of Ani, which is the reason why God refers to himself in the first person as Ani. See, some stuff will pop right out at us.
Wait, where is that?
It's all through the Bible. Every time. Okay, so here's the thing. When we read the Bible, we read the Bible in English.
Right. But
okay,
but the original was I see it here.
Hold on. Can y'all see my board here?
Yeah, I can see it.
Can you make it as big as possible on your screen so people can see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So in Hebrew, there are 2 words that are used These are the 2 words that are used every time in the Bible you see the phrase, I am.
I am.
Right. So when God describes himself as I am that I am,
yeah,
it's one of these 2 phrases that's being used.
Okay.
Right? So one of them is Ani.
It says right here on Google, It says the Hebrew word ani means I or me.
Boom. And then there's this other word right here, which is very, very tricky. Anoki.
Anoki, okay.
Because here's what happens with this word. If we was to get rid of this I, and we was to get rid of this O.
Oh, no, not the vowels.
What does that word now say?
It says Ankh. Oh, Lord Jesus.
So,
wait. And if you put them together, that should say Anunnaki. Oh, chat, remember I was talking about this shit the other day? Oh.
This a real Hotep brother.
Listen, so we know the Papyrus of Ani is the ancient book of the
dead.
Coming forth by day, the Pert Em Heru, the book of life.
Mm-hmm.
And this word Anoki is very tricky as well. Right? So there's some things in the Bible that's just very, 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 it's breadcrumbs. We'll just say this breadcrumbs.
They couldn't change everything. They had to keep some of this shit.
Well, if you go into the New Testament, it's the same. The New Testament starts off with Matthew, first chapter, recaps the generations leading up to Jesus. And it says there's 14, it gives you 3 groups of 14 generations leading up to Jesus. Why did they do 3 groups of 14? Because Osiris was broken down into 14 parts.
Right.
And you also have the 42
laws of Ma'at. 42.
Correct.
Yeah.
14 times 3 is.
Oh, shit.
So there's just a lot of breadcrumbs. There's a lot of breadcrumbs that's there. So
where did Ben Carson go wrong in his debate versus that dude on the Book of Enoch or some shit like that?
Billy Carson, you mean?
Yeah,
he went wrong in every direction. There was nothing he said that was correct. Billy Carson just makes up stuff. He just makes up stuff. He makes, because again, Billy Carson takes advantage of the fact that in America, most people are operating on a 3rd or 4th grade reading level.
Right.
Because most people don't read. So all you have to do is pop up and say that you've been reading material. And people will believe that you've been reading it. They don't have a way to prove or disprove it. It's like when Reggie popped up and said that they weren't really performing surgeries in Kemet because they only had tweezers. How can we disprove it? This is Professor Reggie. I mean, Reggie said they only had tweezers, so clearly they only had tweezers. Right up until the point where I pull up the National Library of Medicine and shows that the National Library of Medicine says that they got all the surgical tools that they have today, that they do surgery with today, from the Kemetic doctors.
So where did
this is why we need to take the Kemetic naturopathy course, because in the course, not only do we talk about the tools, but we name them. So you get to know what the scalpel is, and then you get the Kemetic terminology, so you get the real understanding that nobody could take away from you.
So coming back, I hate to be controversial and whatnot, but I love to be controversial.
Yeah, I was about to say, what we doing?
Wes Huff was in that. Where did Wes Huff go wrong in the Billy Carson thing? Because he's, a lot of these people
he didn't go wrong anywhere. He destroyed Billy. That was amazing. He picked him apart in such a pure. It was a beautiful fashion.
But these people would deny the origins of the Papari Ani.
No, sir. See, I don't do that. I don't even waste my time with the dummies.
Okay.
I just tell people where they can find education at. But I don't waste my time with. Again, let's go back to the top of the show. Flat earthers. They did a live stream from Antarctica.
Yeah.
And showed the 24-hour sun. Do you know after that live stream, flat earthers came and said they rented the Las Vegas Dome studio to do that? It was all kind of crazy stuff. They went crazy. They said the shadows, the snow wasn't melting with their footprint. They just said it was crazy.
So what you're saying is once you present the information, people will make up stuff to try to just act like it's not true.
This is what happened with chakras. The moment that people found out chakras was fake, some people came along to come up with a new theory. Oh, no, chakras is really the endocrine glands. I'm like, hold. What is that? What are you doing? Why are you so invested in gobbledygook foolishness? Like,
but they in the same spots, Enqi.
No, they're not. You don't have, look, hold on. Your endocrine glands are not lined up center stream down your body. And then, wait, you have a chakra that's beneath your whole body. That would be like between your thighs. And then you have another chakra that's above your head. So, no, they're not in the same spots. People made that up. They made that fit.
That's true. The sexual organs is on the sides.
Listen, there's just like people making up the pineal gland being calcified. Oh, the pineal gland is a third eye. The pineal gland is not a third eye. First of all, the pineal gland is not a third eye. It's never been a third eye. That's goofball. See, because nobody's studying anatomy. So we're listening to people that never studied anatomy tell us anatomical truths. Oh yeah, the pineal gland is a third eye, because what happened was before, we was a cyclops with the eye right here was on our forehead. Hold on. The pineal gland is an actual thing in your body that we can look up. And the pineal gland converts serotonin into melatonin. Yeah, pineal gland actually has a job. And the pineal gland is closer to an ear than an eye. The same calcium crystals that's in the pineal gland are supposed to be in there. It's not, white people, they got a calcified pineal gland because, Black people got melanin. And so if you got melanin, then you don't have a pineal that's calcified. But if you got to buy this detox kit from me, it's going to uncalcify your pineal gland. Like, whoa. I'm going to need y'all to stop right there. Y'all are buying detox kits from these guys that said it's going to decalcify your pineal gland? If your pineal gland got decalcified, you would probably get cancer within a matter of days and drop dead. Not only would you not be able to sleep at night, but you would immediately get, because melatonin is one of the things that protects your body from cancer.
Yeah.
And it's those calcium crystals that helps your body to convert serotonin to melatonin. The calcium crystals work on sound, vibration, like your ear does. Converts mechanical waves, pressure waves. That's what your ear does, mechanical waves, pressure waves. That's why we have calcium crystals, calcite, in our ears and in our pineal gland.
Well, that's why you got to hum to activate your pineal gland.
Whoa. If you ask these guys, you have to apply pressure up the anus. This is what Billy Carson. No. Listen, I promise you. You just watched it. It said you gotta put pressure on the anus, and that's gonna push pressure onto the pineal gland. I said, whoa, that's crazy. I said, first of all, your anus is going up into your intestine and your colon, which is like this. So there's not like a straight path from your anus up to your pineal. I said, yo, all of this is madness. And only people who have never read a book could believe any of this crap. It's all gobbledygook.
Dutch in the chat said calcification of the pineal gland is real.
Listen, It's going to be people that say that there's still flat earth. It's going to be people that still going to say there's a such thing as chakras. It's okay. There's people that still believe in the Easter Bunny. There are grown adults that believe in Santa Claus. You cannot stop it. All you could do is provide real information. See, listen, here's the conundrum, because you have to ask those types of people, right?
Yeah.
Gregor Mendel said that Black people have the dominant genes. If we have dominant genes, how come we lead in type 2 diabetes and heart disease and death from cancer? And how does that work out? How do we have the dominant genes and we lead in all these disease metrics? I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Because we're studying the land of make-believe.
So
instead of studying pigment that's actually absorbing, translating, and radiating light, we're dealing with chakras. So we haven't invested any time and money into figuring out how a body actually works.
You got to activate your chakras, Enqi.
Right. Listen, see, let me tell you when I got passionate about it. I really got fired up about it when I seen Brother Rich and Brother Panic selling chakra activations on the internet for $99 to protect people from COVID.
That didn't happen.
Oh, that definitely happened. I got video somewhere.
There's no way.
You know me, I be recording video like, because later on these guys gonna say Enqi lying. I'll be like, oh, no, I got the video.
There's no way that happened.
You don't need herbs and all them herbs and exercise. That's not what the problem is your spirit is not in alignment. That's why your immune system is breaking down. What you really need to do is go into this course, and we have this course for $99, and we're going to teach you how to activate the chakras and da-da-da. Listen, the same thing I just showed you the clip of Billy Carson and Dr. B selling. Chakra activations up through your anus. Yeah, they selling this thing. Now, see, the beauty is, women can co-sign this foolishness.
Yeah.
Because a woman, see, there's really only two types of orgasms. There's only two. Now, people that want to trick you into a bunch of other deviant sexual practices that make you believe there's some other stuff going on. There's only two.
Okay.
You can have an orgasm from penetration, being the penetrator, and you can have an orgasm from being penetrated. That's it.
Yeah.
You get an orgasm from penetrating, or you can get an orgasm from being penetrated. Now, the way the system was designed, the male is the penetrator, and the female is the penetratee.
Yeah.
So now the areas of penetration, well, that can be a gray line. But once you start getting into these occult, spiritual, chakra, kundalini system where they mix that up, yeah, because that's totally, those not the same thing. Like these people will tell you, oh, nadis and chakras is the same thing. No, they're not. But they haven't read any books. See, it's in the literature. Hold on, let me go to this book real quick. Let me go to this book real quick. Can you see this on the screen right here?
Weapons of Mass Instruction. John Taylor.
Yes. John Taylor Gatto.
Okay. It's in Italian. Okay.
Yeah, let me read some of this here.
They said fluoride calcified the pineal gland in the chat.
They better stop it.
They said fluoride calcified the pineal gland in the chat.
Stop saying what they say. Stop giving them a microphone. Okay, so now, this is a school teacher, right? Let me read the back of the book so you can get an idea of. Here's what Robert Kiyosaki has to say.
Okay.
Robert Kiyosaki said, John Taylor Gatto has the courage to challenge an educational system that is obsolete and out of touch with reality. Years ago, he gave me the courage to speak out and write my books. I trust this book will give you the courage to speak out. So this is written by a lifetime teacher. And he found out some stuff that I'm certain that Umar found out, which is the reason why Umar doesn't really speak out against the school system as much anymore. You know, and Umar gets nice, cushy engagements everywhere. Yeah, if you notice the early Umar with the fire and the passion, we don't get that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's now compromised. He's a part of the system now. Let me read you a couple of quotes here.
He said
there you have it. Go ahead. What you gonna say?
Nah, go ahead.
There you have it.
Project Rook in the chat. He said there what?
There you have it. Now you know we don't need Karl Marx's conception of a grand warfare between the classes to see that it is in the interest of complex management, economic or political, to dumb people down, to demoralize them, to divide them from one another, and to discard them if they don't conform. In 1919, in the heady aftermath of World War, victory, parades, and an intoxicating sense that nothing was forbidden to the United States, including the very alteration of human nature. Professor Arthur Calhoun's Social History of the Family notified the academic world that something profound was going on behind the scenes in the nation's schools. Calhoun wrote that the fondest wish of utopian thinkers was coming true. Children were passing from blood families into the custody of community experts. In time, he wrote, the dream of Darwin and Galton would become reality through the agency of public education, designed to check the mating of the unfit, the dream of scientific population control. On April 11th, 1933, the president of the Rockefeller Foundation, Max Mason, announced a comprehensive national program underway with the help of the foundation to allow the control of human behavior. School figured centrally in its design. Max Muller, an Eastern European geneticist, inspired Rockefeller to invest heavily in control of human evolution. Max Muller was using X-rays to override normal genetic laws, including mutations in fruit flies. Mutations appeared to open the door to scientific control of all life. Muller won the Nobel Prize and reduced his scheme to a 1,500-word geneticist manifesto signed by 22 distinguished American and British biologists. The manifesto can still be Googled right now. Right now, you could Google Max Muller's manifesto. This is the blueprint for education in America. A few months before the manifesto began circulating aggressively, an executive director of the National Education Association announced that the NEA expected to accomplish by education what dictators in Europe are seeking to do by compulsion and force. So the only difference between what Hitler was doing was Hitler was trying to use the gun and use armies. Here in America, the blueprint was to use education for the same goal.
Population control.
Population control.
Eugenics.
But it's bigger than eugenics, because the whole idea is you have a body, but you also have a mind.
Right.
So the mind is the next place to be colonized. The body is already colonized. People don't realize that because We complain about the medical system, but we don't understand the medical system because we don't know where we came from, so we can't know where we're going.
Right.
They haven't studied Charles Darwin. They haven't studied ancient Kemet.
Mm.
And when I say studied Kemet, I don't mean studied metal detector. I don't mean looked at bowls or did goofball tours in museums with Jabari and Reggie so they could tell you, like, literally, you're paying for them to read what the thing says right there. It says right there, oh, this is a bowl, blah, blah. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's not... The Kemetic people wouldn't come to our time period and tour your kitchen. They wouldn't care if you found bowls and dishes. And, oh, yeah, look at this bowl from the 1900th century. This is from 19 BC. This is a bowl. And we believe that a pharaoh ate out of this bowl. And so this is a very ancient bowl. And like, what are we doing? They had ancient cereal out of that. Like, what are we... That's not what they were studying. If we really want to study Kemet, we want to study what the Kemetic scientists were studying.
Right.
And that's the human body and the relationship of the human body to the stars. See, and so this is another way that you know it's no such a thing as flat Earth. This is another way that you know that you are tied to the stars. This is what they was doing in Kemet. They were studying the stars because the star... So when people disrespect Kemet, right, and go, oh yeah, that was all mythology, because they believe that the stars was alive. So that can't be real. Do you believe the stars are alive? Do you believe that the stars are communicating with you, Enqi? Come on, Enqi. You're supposed to be scientific, Enqi. You can't believe the stars are communicating with you. I'm like, well, hold on. You do know that vitamin D comes from UVB light, right? You do know what it's called when light is absorbed and turned into something else. It's called translation. So you know that when you translate, it's one language to another.
Information.
We do know that computers translate it the same way because you have a system of what? Copper wires, right? That travel, you got that system where energy and information, but then you also have fiber optics. And fiber optics conducts light as information. So we know that light can be used for power or for information, or both at the same time, because we know that the universe has a binary nature. And the binary nature of light is energy and information. So you can translate that in electronics through conductors or semiconductors, or in a living system through piezoelectricity or pigments. So, yeah. Then there's another thing which you got to take into consideration, that every single day we have to eat minerals. Every day we need minerals. Well, those minerals that we need to eat all come from stars. Then we take into the consideration melatonin comes from infrared light and visible light, and your melanin production is based on light and blah, blah, blah. So technically, the stars live through us. Because the moment that the starlight is cut off, all life ceases to exist. So maybe we was misinterpreting what our ancestors left us purposely, because we haven't went to study the material. We've been listening to Egyptologists tell us what the material says. And then you've been having guys that don't study. So for instance, if I'm a person that studies languages and I go study an ancient civilization, my expertise is only going to really allow me to interpret language.
Right.
I'm going to need a mathematician or somebody that studies math to go study that ancient civilization to see what their math was like. I'm going to need somebody that studies the body to go study their health systems to see what their health is like.
Right.
We haven't done that as a people. All of our Kemetic scholars are trying to be interpreting hieroglyphs.
Yeah, they trying to activate booty chakras.
Respectfully, they study in hieroglyphs, which is cool, but that's just a facet. That's like interpreting our society based on just English.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know English is not even a real thing.
Right.
England doesn't have a language. England is, what we know of as England is populated by the French and the Germans.
Right.
So English language is French and German mixed with a whole bunch of stuff that came down from
Greece.
Kemet, just watered down these concepts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One generation to one generation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And every time it's gotten a little bit more watered down and a little bit more watered down. But when we look at the colonization of the mind, let's think about it like this. Look, 1865.
Yeah.
There's no street lights. They come up with laws that say Black folks can't congregate. Congregating is illegal.
Okay. No gathering.
3, 4, 5 Black folks standing out on the street together. Somebody's getting ready to get locked up, hit in the head. And all the crime is blamed on, you know, undesirable, the unfavorable races congregating in the street. And the reason why they're able to do that is because when it's dark at night, we can't really see them because they're dark and it's dark outside, so we can't really see them. So what do we need? We need street lights. Yeah, we need street lights. We need some lights out there so we can see what's going on. Lights is going to cut the crime down. Well, lights grew everywhere. Everybody could see everything, and crime did not cut down. In fact, the lights helped the criminals get better at crime. That same concept keeps on growing, though, into what? Cameras. Well, we can see, but, you know, it's hard for us to really see. We got to put cameras everywhere. So now there are cameras everywhere. So now, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, your physical body is being watched and monitored.
Right.
Well, the only thing left is your mind. Your mind is being colonized. And so as people started to push back, because people started to learn, because you had teachers that started to come out of this teaching system like, hold up, they're not trying to teach people anything. They're just dumbing people down. This is how we get to a society where people need the machines to read to them, the machines to count for them, the machines to write for them, the machines to remember for them. And now we have AI, which is some altered version of machines thinking for them. This is by design. We've dumbed them down. And we have them jumping on the new technology. See, it works. We're not stepping on toes. The new technology works because the mind is crippled. So we're going to tell them that the machine does more. In fact, if we go back to Kemet, we'll find out that binary math was how they taught binary coding in their math systems to all their kids. Multiplication, division, all that was based on doubling and halving, a binary system. So the binary code was instilled in your mind. Today's world, nothing is instilled in your mind. The binary code, instead of it being in your mind, is put into your computer. And so in order for you to be smarter, you need faster computer. Yeah. So they got you now waiting for the glasses to come out. And they got Elon selling you the idea that your brain is going to, you know, we're going to put a chip in your brain and your brain will have access to instant Google. You'll have instant chat GPT in your mind immediately. And you don't realize what's happening to you. And you worried about the AI. No, the AI will kill us one day. No. The AI has already got you. You've already turned over your you-ness to the machines. You don't have to wait for the AI to get you. The AI already got you. The moment where the machines count for you, the machines read for you, the machines write for you, the machines remember for you, and the machines think for you, you're already got. They're distracting you with a future story that AI might get dangerous and get you. Because while you're having the debate on whether AI could get dangerous and get us in the future, AI has got you in the present. The future is a hypothetical thing that doesn't even really exist. The only thing that exists is the present. And you've traded that away. Because you got Amazon telling you, oh, yeah, look at this. People can make an extra $10,000 a month by making audiobooks. Yeah, you can sell so much as audiobooks. And guess what? I've got a system where you can join my class right now for $59.99, and I can show you how you don't even have to write the audiobooks. We can plug you into a system right now where the books can be written for you. So you're going to have the machine write a book for you, and then you're going to sell the book that the machine wrote for you in audiobook format to an audience that doesn't read, but they'll have the machines read it to them. And you're worried about the AI coming to get you. The AI already got you. How many of you actually, I can't even ask that question because I already know the answer. If you don't read books, I know you don't read books with your kids. If your kids don't see you reading books, I know you're not cultivating a household of reading. So you're cultivating a household of slaves. Now, the problem is, again, this is why we have a Kemetic naturopathy course. This is why we have all these books, because you need to understand the connection of your mind to your physical body. You need to understand the connection of your spirit to your body. See, these thoughts of chakras and I'm a spiritual being and physical, and once you separate the mind from the body starts to die off. And the spirit, the mind, begins to wither as well. This is why we have mental illness on the rise. How is it that we got all these spiritual people and mental illness is on the rise? How's that working? That's insanity right there. What are you doing? How is it that your spiritual systems are leading you to insanity, but you're still signing up? It's crazy. How does your spiritual system not address health? Oh, wait, that's because y'all don't realize that the Quran has an origin in the Bible. The Bible has an origin in the Kemetic text. And all of the anatomical information is there in the Kemetic text. But you cannot give that information to people and then control them. They can't be controlled once they understand the body. So once you understand the body, like for instance, when I read to you right here that the guy who was designing your educational system started by doing experiments based on Darwin's rules and programs with X-rays to create mutations in the body, to understand mutation. When you look up mutation, genetic mutation is what? Loss of information. So they're dumbing you down at the genetic level. The whole thing is about creating a group of dumber people. You don't know it because you're synthetically propped up, because the machines are doing your reading, writing, counting, and thinking and remembering. So you can't really tell as a group that you're getting dumber. Because you've got the brand new iPhone. You got iPhone 15. Yeah, you got iPhone 15. You got ChatGPT. And every day there's a brand new competition for ChatGPT. It's oh no, this is weird. This is an AI that's even better than that AI. This AI right here has the reference material. So you can really. So you have no idea.
But Enqi, is demons, when you play with the AI, is demons that could come out of the AI.
There's demons in your chakras. That's for real. That's for real. See, that's where I don't understand what people mix it. Go read if you're really interested in understanding the chakras, go read the Upanishads. But see, the problem is people got to read. And the Upanishads is big books. Those is a lot of big books. So they're not going to read. What they're going to do is Google it, find some sound bites or some couple of paragraphs and go, oh, this is what the Upanishad is saying? Or they're going to go to a YouTube clip. Oh, this is what the Upanishad said. No, you got to go read them books. See, this was the thing about spiritual practice. Spiritual practitioners spent years in study.
Right.
No matter what spiritual system they was practicing. Today's world, we want to microwave it. We want to pop it in for 15 seconds on high and then pull out fully baked spirituality. We should have learned from the microwave. The microwave is nuking the food. It kills the nutrition. So when you microwave your spiritual system.
Alchemist said, what's a good book on chakras, Enqi?
The Upanishads. I just said it at least 15 times this video.
There you go. Jabari Judah said, if you study Kemet, you'll see the truth written for the masses. Nas Escobar, 1997. Shout out to Nas.
That may or may not be true because, listen, we've had Kemetic scholars studying Kemet and interpreting Kemet for the longest, and none of them realize any truth. This is why, again, we have a specific study, the Kemetic Naturopathy course, so that you can understand the physical body and the mind and the spirit through the eyes of the Kemetic scientists. This information is not floating around everywhere. I know because I looked for it for decades. I had to slowly piece this together, piecemeal. Oh, let me grab that. Ooh, let me grab that. Oh, wait a minute. This is how they made this medicine. Wait, what is this? Oh, yeah, let me grab this. Let me grab stacks and stacks of books. You got to grab this from here and there. Piecemeal. There's no, you're not going to just grab a Faulkner's translation and go, oh, yeah, look, the information's right here. That's not how you're going to do that. Because Faulkner wasn't studying the body.
Let's talk about sugar and slavery. You combine those two. Why did you, sugar and slavery and Kemet? I think it was the note that you sent me.
Well, that's where the sugar and slavery start in Kemet.
What do you mean by that?
So we know, okay, some of us know.
Hold that thought. I got to take a piss.
Envision a sanctuary where community and sustainability are the cornerstones of living. In this haven, every family is able to grow their own food, children flourish through homeschooling tailored to unlock their full potential, and education extends beyond textbooks, instilling self-worth and a deep understanding of the world around them. Here, goodwill isn't just an ideal, it's the essence of daily life, where respect for law and order harmonizes with the community's resourcefulness. This place isn't just a dream, it's a call to action for everyone who believes in a better, more connected way of living. Join us in building a future where each individual's contributions create a tapestry of enduring harmony and prosperity. Join us in Hotepistan.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
My bad.
Hey, I took a break too. Where was we at?
Huh?
Where was we at?
Slavery and sugar.
Okay. For those of you who know, listen, go ahead and have you a prayer break. I need to go pray. But slavery and sugar. So for the people in the know, right? Most people have been sold the idea that slavery was about cotton, right? Slavery wasn't about cotton. Slavery was about sugar. If anything, if there's any cash crop of slavery, it's sugar.
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 Okay.
The problem with that is that Black folks, sugar opens up a door that we're not comfortable with because we're comfortable blaming white folks. If we open up the sugar door, then then the white folks are not the bad guys.
We are our own bad guy.
Well, not necessarily. We have to look at the Muslims. We have to look at the Arabs.
The Arabs are the bad guy.
Yeah, the Muslims.
Whoa.
See, Black folks done fell in love with this Muslim thing.
Uh-oh.
No, they're just facts. The Muslims started the sugar slavery against Black folks. The
What?
Arabs.
What?
Yeah. Arabs started it in Kemet. It starts right there. They got the idea of the plantations from the Persians. They came into Egypt and said, oh, we know how to make this thing really pop off. We're going to get free labor. So all of these dark ones, we're going to take the dark ones. The dark ones can stay in the sun the longest.
Let me make this clear. Just in case I'm misinterpreting. Are you saying the Persians are the first one to create slaves?
No.
Okay.
The Persians had big sugar fields and they was getting money with sugar.
Okay, you're saying they're the first ones to really get the sugar plantation.
I'm saying the Arabs came and they looked at what the Persians had going on and figured out how to upgrade the system and get more money out of it.
Oh, okay.
So they introduced the idea of slavery into it. And when you're putting people into
that specific market.
Into the sugar.
Okay.
And sugar is out in hot, swampy kind of
environment.
Mm-hmm. So if you divorce your humanity from the decision making, it makes sense to get a workforce of dark-skinned people out there because they can take the most sun and the most heat.
Okay.
So it starts with them, the Arab Muslims, the same Arab Muslims that ate your ancestors.
This is Islamophobia, Enqi.
No, this is Islamophatia. Anybody who wants to look up cannibal medicine, you can look up cannibal medicine. They started with eating the mummies.
Yeah.
They started eating the mummies for health purposes. And it got so popular, they started selling the mummies to Europe to be eaten. This is why the museums is not supposed to be looked at as bad. So people look at the museums as bad, like, hold up, how they got our mummies and all that up in there, that's somebody's granddaddy. No, you have to be thankful that the museum got it because everything that wasn't tied down was getting eaten by the Arab Muslims who ran the trade. This was a trade, well, not a worldwide, but in that side of the world, this was a big thing. This was well known, cannibal medicine. They were selling the bodies of the mummies to the European, quote unquote, doctors so that they could give it to all of the European people as medicine. They was eating them. So the practice of eating the mummy, the same thing that you do in church, that was a standard practice. Eating the flesh, drinking the blood.
It's nasty work.
That was a standard practice of healing. That's where that originates at. That originates in European cannibal medicine. Eating the flesh of the Christ. Because Christ is a Kemetic word for a mummy. So mummy is not a Kemetic word. So when we say that in Egypt they had mummies, that's more made up gobbledygook. Mummy is a Arabic word. In Kemet, the embalmed body was called a Christ. The Arabs ate Christ for health. They sold it to the Europeans. It became a widespread thing for hundreds of years. This is not like a little isolated incident. This is the practice of medicine grew out of cannibal medicine. The Arabs that these guys follow after and try to pretend I'm Muslim, Aki, and all this and all that. These are the people that ate your aunt. They ate them.
Dutch asked, he said, does it work though?
They ate them. I can't find the humor. Listen, they ate your ancestors. They ate them.
He said, do it work though? Do the cannibal medicine work though?
So wait. So while we're thinking about white folks here hanging black folks and the cookouts and the barbecues and all that, just remember the Arabic Muslims that you following behind ate them and sold them to be eaten and created the sugar plantation slavery. You can look that up under the quote unquote Islamic agricultural revolution. Started in Egypt, and then they grew into a power, and then Italy snatched it from them. And that's how it gets over here to the Caribbean. And that's where Haiti jumps off the scene because we shut the plantations down. That's how we won the war. First thing we did was we shut them plantations down, sugar plantations. Because that's where the world's biggest sugar plantation was at the time, was in Haiti. We shut that right on down. Right? So you got to think to yourself, right? And so one of the things that we did was we looked up the Kemetic word for sugar. See, these is very interesting concepts.
Okay.
Try to find it real quick and see what you find on the internet.
Soccer.
Nope.
Soccer. Skircher.
Nope.
Okay.
It's hard to find.
Sharkara.
Nope.
Sukar, that's Arabic and Persian. Let me see.
This is why we have the course, because there's a lot of things that you would scratch your head when you put this stuff together. You'd be like, wait a minute.
Hold on, let me change. I can't ask Google. Google's trash sometimes. Let's go.
Ask all of them.
Let's go. Let's see if we can find it. Nope. Can't find it.
Cash.
Cash. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my God. Oh my Lord.
Cash.
Kash.
You got it.
Wow.
You see it?
I can't find it.
But see, that's why we need to get this information. Because you got to think the worldwide killer of black people now is diabetes.
Yeah.
So we was forced into sugar plantations and now we're dying from diabetes. I wonder if there's a coincidence there. I wonder if there's a coincidence there. We was forced into the sugar plantation business and now we're dying from diabetes. I wonder. And the first written treatments for diabetes are where? Ancient Kemet. You know, I wonder if we're all dying of premature deaths because we're in a Charles Darwin system that's designed for the favored races. Yeah. And we're ignorant of what our ancestors left us.
Right.
Because our ancestors, well, they had one favored race. Hold on now, listen to this. We complain about the medical system leaving us out. But the medical system is designed on the body based on the people who create the medical system.
Right.
So it stands to reason that the original medical system that was created by those Kemetic people
was based on their body,
which would be a lot closer to our bodies.
Yeah, the green people.
Hello.
The preferred race.
Well, for them.
Right.
Because it stands to reason that for Chinese people, the preferred race is Chinese.
Right.
Yeah. For European, it's European. For African folks, it's African. Like that's just for bumblebees. It's bumblebees.
Yeah, it's human nature. It's nature.
For lions, it's lions. Lions are more concerned with lion survival than panthers, tigers, or zebras. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
The problem is where the zebra starts depending on the lion and starts getting upset at the lion for prioritizing lions. Zebra's running around saying, hold on, but how come your medicine doesn't work for me? And the lion is like, well, wait a minute. You do know that you're not a lion, correct? So why don't you go find out what the zebra's medicine looks like for zebras? Just go look up the zebra stuff. Yeah, go look up some of that zebra stuff. See, we've collected all the zebra stuff from thousands of years ago and put it in one course. So you can, oh, wait a minute. So that's what we was doing. Okay. And it makes sense that everything is much more based on light because our bodies are much more driven by pigment.
And what's the name of this course?
Kemetic Naturopathy.
This is available on Amazon.
Available on Amazon.
How long is it going to take me to read this, Enqi? I ain't got time to be doing a whole lot of reading.
Well, then you stuck with the Charles Darwin medical course.
How many pages is in this book, Enqi?
It's a few. It might be a few, and it has some other supplementary books that goes along with it.
200 pages, 300 pages, 600?
No, it's pull it up on Amazon and see how many pages is in there.
What's it called?
Kemetic Naturopathy. There's only one course like this in existence, so it's not like other things will come up.
How do you spell naturopathy, man? Using all these big words and shit.
Naturopathy.
It's $100? This the one?
I think it's on sale for $100. Yeah.
This is published January 14th, 2025.
Yeah, it should be $199, but I guess
This is new.
Yep.
It says The Legend of Wasir Golden Cash.
Yep.
Follow the craft.
Fellow of the craft.
Fellow of the craft. Right?
Yep.
That's the one you're talking about?
How many pages it say it got?
739 pages.
Well, it's a few. It's a few pages. It's a few pages.
Enqi, can't nobody read this many pages, Enqi. Can I just skim through some of it and just get what I needed for what I got? You know, if I got diabetes, can I just read the chapter on diabetes?
Well, we have other books for that.
But this is everything I'm gonna need for my
right
health.
now. Listen, right now we have about 80, I don't know, 70 or 80 books. I didn't put I didn't put my own Septuagint on Amazon. So you know, I think we got about 50 or 60 Kemetic science books, and then we got some other different books that's all, you know, have to do with the health and the body. Yeah. So we got a few books we got books for kidney disease and diabetes and this one and that one, and all kinds of different books are up there. But and this book is only 700 and some pages in that book, but then that book also has some workbooks that, you know, will help you along with it, because the rough ash law book and the trigonometry book are also a part of the naturopathy course. So there's a couple other books, and there's some workbooks that goes along with it, and so there's some books.
So
you got to be a student. Listen, you have to be a student. This ain't this is not like, this ain't part-time, you know, you just getting ready to get a book and then you're gonna read it in 4 or 5 days, and this is not to be taken lightly like that. Like somebody that wanted to study, listen, if somebody wanted to be a doctor, right? They would know that they're going to go into study for some years. They're getting ready to spend some time learning the body. It's no different. You go into the GOAT level. If you dedicate 8 years or 12 years of study to learn the watered down system of how the body works, which is today's medical system, we can't think anything less about the original. We can't, you know, because it doesn't cost $225,000, which is the average cost of medical school. We can't think of it in that terms. I know my people don't have $225,000 to give me, but I know the superiority of the material.
So what? So this is basically what you're telling me is, if I read this book, it'll help me understand the Kemetic, the body of, let's just say, Black people, just to help us understand our body, understand and how we heal it. Is that what we should expect from this book?
The entire science of how the Kemetic doctors thought.
Oh, okay.
The entire science, because you have to realize that the Sunu, they weren't just your doctors. And we're not talking about magical incantations and spells, and because first of all, there's no Kemetic word of spell. People made that up and add that in there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead has got spells in it. Oh, who said it got spells in there? Oh, Champollion and the crew.
Champollion?
Ain't no spells in there. Right? Ain't no spells in there, but the problem is that we had to be separated from our stuff. And this is why when they talk about quantum science, quantum biology, they keep it to the plant kingdom. Because if they start talking about quantum biology in terms of the human body, it's going to mirror almost word for word the Kemetic text that they have spent 2,000 years telling you was mythology and foolishness. But now they're going to have to admit it's electricity, there's light, there's magnetism. So now when they say that Ra is communicating through the Metu, or Ra's communicating through the vessels, oh, we can't laugh that off anymore, because now they're spending billions of dollars on cancer treatments for light to be put into your vessels to change the electrical signature of the cancer cells back into the healthy electrical signature of your regular cells. Well, this was in the original bat product. But you got lost in Charles Darwin's ideology, which was to ridicule what your ancestors left. But modern science now, the big boys, the big bucks. Oh, well, there's a bioelectric signature in this. We're currently figuring out the bioelectric code of how the cells work. And, you know, so we're understanding that, whoa. Y'all not getting ready to just pretend like y'all just invented this? Do you know that there's a 20,000-year-old bone that they found at the Nile with a quartz crystal stuck into it and slashes all around it where they were doing math with this bone with a quartz crystal stuck into the end of it.
And the end of the bone.
And the end of the bone.
And they were doing math with this. It's what people thought it was some magic shit going on.
No. Let's don't do that. Let's stop right there. They found a bone. Listen to this. They found a bone that has a quartz crystal stuck into one end of it.
Okay.
On the sides of the bone, they have countings. Scholars have been debating what they were doing with this mathematical device. Now, because these are primitive dummies, right? The Kemetic people are primitive dummies. Clearly, they must have put a crystal inside a bone so that they could count with it, you know, and scratch ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, you know, like Roman numerals.
Yeah.
Why would they need to put a crystal into it to do that?
Yeah, I don't understand that part. Why is the crystal there?
And I'm going to tell you why. Most people aren't going to understand that because most people don't understand that your bones are piezoelectric. And because most people in today's world don't understand that their bones are piezoelectric, they definitely cannot superimpose that level of understanding to 20,000. Wait, listen to what I'm saying. This is not from the time of the pyramids. This bone is 25,000 years old.
And quartz conducts electricity.
No, quartz is piezoelectric. It's different. It doesn't conduct electricity.
What does that mean?
Piezoelectric means that you convert pressure waves into electricity and you convert electricity into pressure waves.
Okay.
So this is different. It's a whole nother level.
Right.
So this means that 25,000 years ago, they understood piezoelectricity. Now, how do watches work? How do watches tell time?
They got the quartz in there.
Piezoelectricity. How does your body work? Your skeleton is piezoelectric, and your skeleton is what produces your blood. Okay. Your blood has to have what pH to be at optimal health? 7.365. 7.365. What is that? That's a signature of a timestamp. Boop. 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Oh, shit.
That's your blood. Your blood comes out of your bone. See, this is what I'm saying.
Oh, shit.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, this is what I'm saying. It's a whole nother level when we go back to the source material. We got the watered down, stepped on material. The concept of pH even came from the hieroglyphs itself. We don't even know that the concept of pH came off the hieroglyphs.
So what
So
do
this is
what do
again
what do
another connection. Wait, this is another way we are intimately connected to the stars.
right?
The scale, hold on, listen to this though. The blood comes from your bone, runs through the heart. We have a weighing of the heart. The scale that your blood has to be at, right? It's a measurement, 7.365. That's a measurement. If you fall too far off the scale this way, your blood is acidic and you die from sepsis. If your scale goes this way and you get too alkaline, you die from alkalosis. You have to have balance. 7.365 is that balance. And you say, well, wait a minute. If balance is what you need, why not be exactly at 7? Because electricity flows just like water. You have to have a potential. It flows from low potential to high potential. So in order to maintain a current, you have to have potential. So the scale has to be tilted just a little bit so you maintain a current. Listen, I'm telling you, man, these people was nothing to play with, man. These people was nothing to play with.
So what was on the bone? What number was on the bone? Did they ever decipher that?
No, it's just random. See, this is the whole thing. It's not math. They're having the wrong debate about it because they can't understand that they understood piezoelectricity 25,000 years ago. So because they can't even fathom the fact that they were dealing with piezoelectricity,
they can't even begin to start to describe the mathematics.
Or even get out of a math conversation. They should be in a medical conversation, not a math conversation at all.
I see what you're saying.
Your body's health is based on your skeleton being able to convert pressure waves into electricity.
Pressure waves into electricity.
Correct.
Where are these pressure waves coming from?
Movement and sound.
So if I'm playing Sexy Red.
Stop that.
I'm just playing like, what's that doing for my skeleton and my blood?
Stop that. Stop that. Because Sexy Red, I'm so mad that she ruined that Drake gave her a phenomenal verse and she destroyed that. That could have been a big hit for Sexy Red. She destroyed that there. So I seen your video. I haven't watched it, but I'm happy that Drake is suing his record label.
Here we go, this bullshit. Let's go back to piezoelectric, man. Cause we gonna fight about Drake. I'm gonna have to come slide out there. We're gonna have to just throw them bows.
Yo, listen. Drake is trying to overcharge him for what they did to the Cold Crush.
That's false.
I believe it's not.
That's false.
Listen, the record labels manipulated the Tupac and the Biggie thing. Can we agree on that?
They were part of it.
Who got paid off of it? Who made money out of that?
Vibe magazine got paid.
They did. But did Tupac and Biggie?
No.
So I'm just saying, he ain't slapped Kendrick with a lawsuit yet. He's only suing the label. Because it's the same label that he's on and Kendrick is on, and they're the ones getting the bag.
He just acting like a Karen.
More, I would say less like a Karen and more like internal affairs.
No, he's
locking up the police right now.
No. What happened was he wasn't going to do nothing about the label as long as the label was behind him. The same systems he wanted to expose, he's been a beneficiary of his entire career.
That's a fact.
So now, because the machine ain't behind you, you want to take your ball and go home. No. Stop being a bitch.
Hold on. Most of us, that's how the human experience is. We trust the school system until we have a bad experience in the school system. And then we start campaigning against the school system. We trust the food until we have a bad experience with the food. And then we're like, yo, hold up. I almost died eating this. I'm now going to campaign and write books and tell people stop eating this.
That's a false equivalent.
Because it makes too much sense. It's all right. It
doesn't make sense at all. You see, we did not have the knowledge that the school system was corrupt. Drake had the knowledge that UMG was corrupt, and he ain't say nothing about it because he was the one winning because of it.
Do we have proof of that?
Do we have proof of it? Yes, we do.
That he knew UMG was corrupt?
Yes.
What's the proof of that?
Him saying it himself when he was talking to Peter Rosenberg. And they said they was going to make him a star because he was Jewish.
Okay, now where is the corrupt part at?
First of all, he don't got the proof that UMG is corrupt.
Can we wait to see the court documents come out?
We've seen the court documents. We got 400-something pages or whatever it is, and ain't nothing in there.
What the court documents say?
There's a bunch of YouTube comments hurt Drake feelings. That's what's in there. YouTube comments and this streamer did this and this. We ain't got no proof of UMG corruption.
Well,
so we can't talk about UMG corruption until he produces some proof.
All right. I'm a Drake fan. I'm holding the line.
That's terrible. You should never tell anybody that.
I don't like Kendrick.
That's fine, but you should never tell people you're a Drake fan.
Why?
That's a terrible idea.
I'm from the Bronx.
What does that mean?
That means Kendrick is a horrible rapper and people like Kendrick.
What does that have to do with Drake?
I'm saying because Drake is a good rapper.
You should never like Drake. There's nothing to like about Drake.
Why?
You should pick somebody else like Nas, Jay-Z, Kodak Black. I don't know. Drake?
Kodak Black?
He's better than Drake.
I'm going to stand down.
NBA.
Once you say Kodak Black, that's almost like saying the world is flat. I'm going to stand down.
I got Kodak Black over Drake. I got NBA
Kodak Black is
Youngboy.
not even coherent. Kodak Black is in a dope-induced walking coma all day.
At least he write his music.
We do not have proof of that.
We don't have proof that Drake write his.
No, we have proof that Drake does not write all his music.
Facts. So he gets no credit.
Me growing up in the music business, I know that 99% of the artists that we love don't
write their music. Correct. So you can't.
So I can't hold that against Drake when I know that that's rampant, because then I wouldn't have anybody to like.
But you can't say I'm a Drake fan. There's got to be somebody you like better than Drake.
No, I like a lot of rappers.
Okay, who do you like better than Drake?
I just don't like Kendrick though.
Who do you like better than Drake?
No, but I don't like Kendrick.
But who do you like better than Drake?
Better than Drake?
Yeah, who do you like more than Drake?
I don't know. It depends on.
Pick anybody. Time. Lord Jamar, Brand Nubian.
You see? Stop that. Sometimes I like Beethoven and Mozart better than Drake.
No. What rapper do you like more than Drake?
Sometimes I like Meek more than Drake.
Say that. Say I'm a Meek Mill fan. Don't say I'm a Drake fan.
I'm definitely a Meek Mill fan.
Okay. Don't say Drake.
I'm a Quilly Mill fan as well, though.
That's saying you're a Drake fan is like bad PR.
I don't know. I like Drake.
That's bad. No, that's bad PR. Don't ever say that. Huh?
I like LeBron too.
That's okay. But Drake is off limits. Never go on the internet and say I'm a Drake fan. That's a bad look.
I don't agree. I think that's lyrical racism right now. I think Drake is being singled out because Drake doesn't have a home. See, Eminem can always deal with the hate from black folks because white folks gonna hold him down. Drake doesn't have a home. He's not black enough for black folks and he's not white enough for white folks. So Drake is stuck out there. Drake
doesn't have an identity. That's why he doesn't have a home. He doesn't
I
know
don't
who
think
he
that-
doesn't
hold on,
know
hold
who
on.
he is.
Drake definitely has an identity. Drake doesn't have a hip hop identity because hip hop culture is criminal culture. And Drake doesn't have a criminal background.
No. You way off subject now.
Okay, now hold on. Watch this. Now let me send you a link.
No, we not doing no lifelines and links. No.
No, we're gonna look up a word. Hold on, we're gonna do some. No, this is definitely on subject. Hold on.
This nigga want to do some Hotep etymology bullshit. This got to do with the fact that Drake done changed accents 45 times, bit off everybody's style of music.
Hey, hold on.
He banged Wayne's girl while he was in jail. The man that put him on.
I got you.
None of that happened?
Click that link. Can you share that link right there?
Did none of that happen?
I'm just asking you. Hold on. I just want you to click that link.
I've seen this before.
That's all right, but the audience might not have.
They seen it before.
No, they haven't. Share that link with them.
You went off when you showed this. I'll give you this one. This one was deep. Hold on. So rat means a quick light blow, resounding stroke, also a fart. Rebuke, to blame, responsibility. Rap sheet, criminal, indictment.
That's right. Criminal indictment. So that's not me making that up. That's just what that is. So the problem is, again, we're not reading. Because if we was reading, then we would know that folks that signing rap contracts is signing up for criminal indictments. So when we start seeing all these criminal indictments flying, Drake is just being proactive. My man, like, ho. All these rappers is getting locked up based on lyrics, not real evidence. So we're not getting ready to let this song just keep flowing with pedophile. And then out of nowhere, y'all gonna put me in the cell next to Puffy and say that, nah. I'm getting ready to be proactive. We challenging these lyrics here. No. So yeah, this is criminal. This is the criminal culture. So
I just like the chat to know that you could never put two brothers in the same room and not have a hip hop debate. It's gonna pop up at some point. It's gonna get heated.
I tried to change it to basketball. You see, I slipped Bron in there. I slipped Bron in there. I said, okay, we can segue from Drake to Bron real quick because Drake then threw LeBron under the bus.
So what do we got to do to have what'd you say, the psychokinetics for the bones, the electric, what is it called?
Piezoelectric.
Piezoelectric. What?
Piezoelectro. So I have a book, right?
Uh-huh.
It's called Piezoelectrochemistry.
Okay.
Piezoelectrochemistry. And the book talks about how your body translates. So there are two types of waves when you talk about waves. So that's another thing. More people are talking about waves than understand waves. You have two different types of waves. You have electromagnetic waves, and then you have mechanical waves.
Okay.
Mechanical waves have to do with sound and pressure.
Okay.
Electromagnetic waves has to do with different types of light. Light doesn't need a medium because light is its own self-perpetuating medium to an extent.
Okay.
Mechanical waves or sound waves, they need something to travel through.
Like a drum.
Correct. Well, like the air.
Okay, right, like the air.
And so crystals, which your bones are crystals, are able to convert those pressure waves into electric signals. And your body is able to harness those electric signals and convert that into a wide array of things that your body needs. One of which is your blood. All of your blood comes from your bones. And the way your bones are able to do that is from the electricity you produce. And this is how you get your red blood cells and white blood cells and T cells and B cells and all of those good things come out of your bone marrow. The healthier your bone marrow is directly tied to your moving, walking, running, jumping, all of the things that shock the bone.
Okay.
Shock the bone increases bone density. It helps the bone marrow because Your bone marrow health is based on your bone's piezoelectric nature. Sitting on the couch, well, that turns your bones to mush.
Okay.
Turns your bones to mush.
So
as the red marrow converts to brown marrow or yellow marrow, your bones become inactive.
Yeah.
And what you have when you get to senior citizens, their bones aren't producing enough blood for them. So this is why they start to shrivel, their bones start to shrink. You start to see them get smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah, because their bones aren't producing enough.
So you got to stay active.
You got to stay active.
Now, what about the bodybuilding? Because you said ancient Kemet don't got no big muscle people, don't got fat people. I saw something.
Well, the whole muscular thing. So here's the thing. Our over muscle thing is a part of our obsession for immortality on the surface level.
Yeah.
On beneath the surface, it's master-slave relationship. This is why there's a difference between being healthy and being fit.
Okay.
So slave owners wanted to create fitness for their slaves. The more fit a slave is, the more work they can do in a short period of time. So this is why corporations today promote fitness, and they even partner up with gyms to give you discounts through your job for a gym membership, because the more fit you are, the more productive you can be at work.
Corporate discount.
Correct. But health is tied to longevity. Fitness is not tied to longevity. Longevity is tied to wealth. The longer you're alive, the higher your chances and probability of becoming wealthy. So being healthy is for the wealthy. Being fit is for the workers.
But they'll say, you know, if you fit, then, you know, you live longer.
That is absolutely not true. Now, being physically in shape is tied to longevity, because strength is tied to longevity. But if we look at all the people around the globe that are 100 years old, do we see any that look like Arnold Schwarzenegger? In fact,
Arnold Schwarzenegger look bad right now.
Hold on. If physical fitness was tied to longevity, all of the people that win Mr. Olympia should live to be 100. All of our big muscle-bound guys should live to be 100. All of the big football players should live to be 100. Our body's not designed that way. But see, listen, the Charles Darwin theory tells us it is. And so people following the Charles Darwin system of health, that you come from monkeys, you think that your body's supposed to be like a monkey. So you building up your muscles like a gorilla. That's not how it goes. So the powerhouses for energy conversion of food into energy is the mitochondria, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Our mitochondria is in our heart and our brain, not in our skeletal muscles. Think about this. The strength that gorillas have. Gorillas never check into it. They never get a gym membership. Where does that strength come from?
It's innate.
It's not innate. It's their biology. I mean, technically it's innate, but it's part of their genetic makeup.
Right.
Because their mitochondria distribution is different than ours. The way their muscle fibers are like designed are different than ours. Monkeys don't have fine finger skills. Like a monkey can't they can't perform a surgery.
Right.
But that's not because they can't learn how to do things. It's because their muscle fibers won't allow them to operate at that fine. They cannot do that. They're not designed that way.
Right.
Our body's completely opposite. And so while we're putting all this energy into fitness, guess what? We're dying from heart and brain disease. Whereas the most of our mitochondria is in our heart and our brain. So what we should be doing to work on longevity is working on our heart and our brain.
Brain.
Yeah.
So what happens if, somebody comes along and says, Hotep Jesus, you need to gain more weight, drink some protein, creatine, and start lifting some more weights and gain weight. Is that a good advice or bad advice?
I don't know why would they be saying that? That could be good advice depending on what's going on with your body. You might need some more muscle on you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But there's a thing. So fat has a function.
Right.
People don't understand that though. Fat has a serious function in your body.
Mm-hmm.
So for instance, if we get to the idea, which is elementary, but let's still work with it, that the body runs on electricity. Your body doesn't run on electricity, but we'll just say that it does.
Mm-hmm.
Right? People are like, wait a minute, Enqi, are you going against Dr. Satan? The body does not run on electricity, people. Right? The electron transport chain uses electrons and protons to power recycling of ATP. That's what the electricity is for, to recycle ATP.
Okay.
But when our cells use ATP, it's called an exothermic reaction because we oxidize ATP. And when we oxidize the ATP, light is released from ATP. And we use that light released from ATP is what powers our cells. But anyway, we'll just run with the narrative of the electric part.
Okay.
When we look at a wire needs a conductive part, and it also needs what?
A ground.
An insulator.
Oh, yeah, an insulator. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have insulation on that wire.
Right. That's fat.
Grand opening, grand closing. Basic level. We ain't even got to get into capacitors or none of that. Just basic level. A wire has to have insulation.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's all over the place.
Mm.
And there's an actual disease for that. There's a few, but you could just go to a simple one that people can understand. MS. MS is what happens when what? When your neurons and your nerves start to lose what? The myelin sheath. The myelin sheath is the fat insulation that coats the nerve body.
Mm.
And once it starts to lose the myelin sheath, the electricity goes everywhere. So you can't create, you can't have a direct control over your physical body anymore. You might want to lift your arm, but your leg moved because the electric current didn't land where you intended it to go. Because now it's hopping all over the different wiring in your body.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But I'm saying all this understanding of the body is this all.
So can we eat sound?
We might have to do another video on that.
Got him. Yeah.
No. There's a thing called the Enqi cycle.
Yeah.
I discovered it, so I named it.
Okay.
But it's at the basis of your cell's energy. It's at the basis of your cell's energy. It's the first form of energy your cell has. And that's basically using protons to run cell function. Right? So when we think about a hydrogen, so my first question in the science when I was in school, and no, we do got to wrap it up though. We got to close on this one.
We got another hour left. What you mean?
Oh, my babies is bugging, man. They need me.
We got another hour. You got to tell them order some McDonald's or something. DoorDash some McDonald's.
No. So look. So my first question with the periodic table was the description of hydrogen. Because technically, with the scholastic description that you get initially in school of what an atom is, hydrogen doesn't fit in.
Okay.
Yeah, because you learn in school that an atom is what? An electron or some amount of electrons, protons, and neutrons.
Yeah. But hydrogen is one.
No. Not only does it have one, it has one electron, one proton, and there's no neutrons. So the fact that there's no neutrons, I was like, wait a minute. is that really an atom? Because you said atoms have to have electron proton, except for hydrogen. I'm like, wait a minute, but hydrogen's the first one. Aren't they all based on this one? So either hydrogen is not an atom, or the hydrogen is an atom, and none of these are atoms.
Oh shit.
Teacher was like, you put your hand down and stop disrupting the class. You stop disrupting the class with all that. I was like, okay, note to self.
Doing too much thinking.
Doing too much thinking up in here. But that's because I didn't know that the school system was based on a opposite approach to actuate Charles Darwin's theory of preservation of the favored races.
Mm.
Whereas in Europe, Hitler and them, in Prussia, right? Hitler, Prussia, not Russia, Prussia, they were using force to come with their preservation of favored races. Whereas they came with the idea that we can just use education to preserve the favored races. Right? And then they went a little step further, because in 1865, all of the farming practices went haywire. And so when they talk about 1933 and the Great Depression and all that, they never add in the Black impact. They come up with every other reason for the Great Depression except for the slaves. Yeah. So what happens in 1865, that's when the first wave of folks, oh, we free, we out of here, boom. Now, you know, some of the slaves stayed back because they didn't know where to go. But so I just say the first wave of freeness. We still haven't, you know, we still freeing ourselves in waves. we still don't really realize it yet. So this is what we're doing here. This is why I'm saying Kemetic naturopathy, go back to the beginning to figure out. So, but what happens when we start walking off of the plantations is nobody knows how to take care of the soil. So the soil starts to erode. And you have a thing called dust bowls.
Oh, yes.
Where the soil starts to come up and kill people. And so the black folks heard about it, and they was like, oh yeah, this is the ancestors getting revenge. We definitely ain't helping y'all with this. Y'all stuck. Y'all gotta figure this out on y'all own. Now, they shouldn't have did that, because that came back to bite us in the butt today, which is the reason why we got all this fake food. Because the dust bowls get bigger and bigger and bigger and more frequent, starting in the late 1860s and 70s, all the way up to the point where America could not feed itself. They could not feed. It wasn't that the money was devalued, they couldn't feed themselves. We could not grow food in America. So this is where they start to invent the fake fertilizer, the synthetic fertilizer, to get the soil back under control and stop the dust bowls. That's what the fertilizer was for. Stop the dust bowls and regrow the plants again.
Right.
Now, when they grow these plants based on chemical fertilizers, the plants don't have an immune system. So now they have to come up with something to spray on the plants to keep the plants safe from the viruses and bacteria that the plants could normally protect themselves from.
Pesticide and all of that.
So now we need pesticides and all that. And that doesn't work because now the pesticides are killing the plants. So now we have to start genetically modifying the plants to work with the fertilizers and the pesticides and grow anyway. So they take out the Shiki Ma'at pathway in the plants, which is the same pathway that produces pigments in the plants. It's also the fertility centers in the plants. So this is how you go from black seeds to white seeds.
Oh, shit. So if I'm looking at a watermelon with white seeds, that's GMO.
Correct. And it's because the Shiki pathway has been adulterated, which is the part that produces the aromatic amino acids. Now, the big problem with that is humans can't produce aromatic amino acids on their own.
So
these are essential amino acids that we need: tryptophan, tyrosine, and phenylalanine. And those are the things that are the basis for us to produce pheomelanin, eumelanin, neuromelanin, all of the different options that we have: hemoglobin, neuroglobin, cytoglobin, myoglobin. All of the families of pigments are based on our body getting in aromatic amino acids. One of the main problems with fructose is fructose slows down our body's ability to metabolize tryptophan. And stopping our body from metabolizing tryptophan stops our body from being able to produce not only vitamin B3, but a wide variety of pigments. So it's not only that the sugar causes glycation on the front end, but on the back end, it stops you from even replacing the pigments that are getting glycated on the front end. Yeah, so it's a full court press.
Damn.
So glycation is when diabetics, for people that don't know, glycation is when a diabetic person goes to the hospital and they get their A1C number checked. The A1C is basically they're checking how much sugar has stuck to the pigments in the body. And they use the pigments in the bloodstream because that's where sugar goes. So they can use the pigments in your bloodstream, your blood cell pigments, as a measure for everywhere else in the body, because that's where sugar and pigment coexist, in abundance. But that's a measure for what's happening throughout the rest of your body, because everywhere else in your body, pigments are, sugar is also there. So once you start getting glycation anywhere, you're starting to get glycation everywhere. And because pigments are responsible for translating light, this is how pigments lead to heart disease, diabetes leads to cancer, heart disease, and all these other different diseases, because your body runs on light, electricity, and magnetism, and sugar blocks that.
Dust bowls. Is that what is that same concept the reason why the Sahara Desert became the Sahara Desert? Because niggas stopped tilling the land around the Nile?
That's a theory.
That's a theory, right?
That's definitely a working theory.
Okay.
That's how lush green areas can become arid deserts.
Right.
America was on track to become one. That's a fact.
Wow.
They synthetically propped up the land with the chemical stuff, but the chemical put you on a domino effect where you had to keep coming up with more chemicals once you started going down the chemical road.
Right.
So, we took our arts with us. When we packed up and left the plantation, we took that tilling the soil and, recycling the food waste back into the soil and all that. We took all that off, and then, the soil got crazy.
Yeah, my grandma used to keep a compost. She was from down south. She used to keep a garden in her backyard, and she used to till the soil back there. And she used to grow all her food back there, all her fruits, cucumbers.
That's why I'm saying the Kemetic naturopathy is a bigger way. It's focused on the body, but it has aspects of food in it and different things, because it's a whole
spectrum.
It's a whole spectrum.
Yeah.
Because they were hybridizing food there in Kemet. The idea of let your food be your medicine is a Kemetic idea.
Right.
Because they were making foods for medicine, for medicinal purposes. So they wouldn't make a pill. They would make a food.
Wow.
They was light years beyond what they just was on another level with it. So these folks, they'd make a pill. Oh, we made a breakthrough discovery. We're going to make some new pills or injection, vaccine. No, they would make a food, or they would take a food that already, has certain things in it and then modify it so it has more of those medicinal things in it, or whatever the case may be.
Last question. They say people with blue eyes got genetic recessive. Is that a thing? dominant and recessive gene?
So far.
Okay.
But remember, the whole dominant recessive conversation comes from Gregor Mendel, who's a student of
Darwin.
Right. And so Watts and Crick, who came with the DNA idea, the DNA, that's one whole lineage. Right? But there's problems with the DNA concept.
Because the DNA concept, from what I've seen, is only 2 haplogroups.
No. Before you go there, forget about that.
Okay.
When I say problems with the DNA concept, right? The DNA does not have geometric information.
Okay.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You said that too easy. I know you don't.
You basically saying it doesn't have shapes.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. So DNA can encode, right?
Yeah.
The information of how your body produces a eyeball.
Right.
Okay. Where is the information stored that tells your body to put them on the front of your head right here?
I don't know.
Correct. Neither does anybody that studies DNA. There's no spatial or arrangement information in DNA. So where is the information stored so that you put your 2 feet face forward, your eyes are right here, your ears are here? Like, why isn't one ear on your forehead and one ear on the back of your neck? Like, that information's not contained in DNA.
Does it have to be compartmentalized? Why can't it just have the whole model? Why can't it just have the whole model?
It's just not in there. So the problem is you have to then ask, where is that information stored at?
Oh shit! It's in the light.
It's in the Kemetic naturopathy course, because the Kemetic scientists, listen, the Kemetic scientists knew exactly how it worked. The modern scientists is stumped. They don't know. They cannot figure this out. They dumbfounded. They're like, well, so now they got to go backwards. Now they got to start talking that Kemetic talk that they was just making fun of. They got to go, wait a minute. We think that there's electricity in the cell. And so there's lightning in the cell that's determining, wait, what? Lightning is in your cells? Are you saying that Ra? Are you saying Ra or Shu is determining? That's what these folks said 5,000 years ago. So you're not getting ready to pass off. You're not getting ready to pretend like you came up with something and then you're going to credit a whole bunch of German and English. Oh, yeah, no. Well, I was studying the work of Jehoshaphat El-Zungazinger, and no. We're not going to do none of that. You're going to put some respect on these folks after you done violated and disrespected them for 2,000 years, saying that they was mythology and spells and magic.
And pottery.
Well, the pottery is advanced. The pottery is advanced. The pottery is where they get silicone. So there'd be no Silicon Valley without the pottery from Kemet. The silicone, the pottery in Kemet is silicone.
Like literally the
absolutely.
The compound structure is silicone?
Bro.
The atoms,
listen to what I'm trying to tell you. The pottery is electrically active in Kemet, and it's made out of silicone.
No way.
Type in faience. Look up faience. Don't look up pottery. Look up faience, because you look up pottery, you might find Baghdad batteries or something crazy.
It said chemically the clay is characterized. It says under Egyptian pottery, chemically the clay is characterized by high silicone content. What?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you.
You said look up what?
Faience.
How you spell that?
F-A-I-E-N-C-E. I think that's it.
Yeah, okay, I've seen this word, yeah. Yeah, there it is. Faience is a, let's put this on the screen real fast. This one. It says faience is a type of tin glazed ceramic material that originated in France, 16th century.
Type in faience and type in the word Egypt next to it. See what you find. See, that's what I'm saying. They're getting ready to steal the trip.
Yeah, they do this every time. Faience was a non-clay ceramic material used in ancient Egypt to make a variety of objects, including bowls, top. You see how they lie?
So I was just about to say, let's stop right there. You see, you typed in faience. They said, yeah, this came from France. Type in Egypt next to it. And then they say, then the crazy thing is we have to play this cognitive dissonance game. Because we have to continue to look up and read things on ancient Egypt as if there's a such thing as ancient Egypt. There's no such thing as ancient Egypt.
Right.
Ancient Egypt is Kemet in disguise.
Right.
But that's a form of mental colonialism because you can't even call your ancestors' country by its name. You won't find any information there. You have to call it by the name of the colonizers. But go ahead, look up the faience and see what they say there.
It says here, a non-clay ceramic material used in ancient to make a variety of objects, including bowls, tiles, jewelry, and ritual objects, made from ground quartz and sand crystals.
Ground quartz. Let's stop right there.
Okay.
Ground quartz.
That means they grinding up quartz.
And quartz, we just had a whole discussion on quartz being piezoelectric.
Right.
So we know that if it's ground quartz, hello, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Hov.
So when you put in your juices and your water in the silicone.
Hello, how you doing, sir? Every bowl, cup, regular, they was producing electricity in electrifying the food. Hello, sir. How you doing, sir? I told you these people was on a whole nother level. Now, let's take it a step further. Add another word to it. So you got faience, you got Egypt. Now add faience, Egypt, and put light in the search next to that. I told you, this Kemetic naturopathy. People have to go get the course.
Says here, in ancient Egypt, faience was associated with light because the Egyptians believed that the material's shimmering, glazed surface reflected the light of the sun and symbolized the light of immortality, with the Egyptian word for faience being jehenet, meaning gleaming or shining.
Now let's stop right there. Now that we know that it's piezoelectric, so any type of pressure is being converted to electricity. Listen. Hotep Jesus, it was a beautiful night. Listen, I'm going to get to these babies.
What's the name of the book? We got to pull it up on the screen. This is crazy, yo. Y'all got to go out and get this book right now, man.
It's a whole course.
The Legend of Wasir.
Yep, Kemetic naturopathy.
Kemetic naturopathy. I'm going to put it on the screen one more time. You might have to increase the price after today, man. You might have to put the price up. It's $99 on sale right now. The Legend of Wasir Golden Cash, Fellow of the Craft, Ancient, Modern, Bioelectric Anatomy Encyclopedia, Kemetic Naturopathy Course, True and Living Kemetic Science. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Listen, the trigonometry book, the subtitle is The Sacred Science of the Jews. The people don't know that, like, when the Israelites is having these debates and conversation, the Jewish people were the Kemetic people. And I don't mean that in a figurative sense. What I'm saying is that Jew is the Kemetic word for mountain. So when the foreigners were referring to those people, they were calling them the people from the mountains, the people from the pyramids. This is where the term Mitzrayim comes from, because Mitzrayim says the mound people, the people that build mountains, the man-made mountains. That's how we was referenced. So the actual word for mountain that they referred to the pyramids was Jew.
Wait, we was Jews?
Yeah, but spelled with a D and a J. So DJ, listen, I got a whole book on it. Look, let me show you this. Let me send you this link because
Yeah, it says right here, Jew means mountain.
yeah, come on. So type that into Amazon and see what pop up.
Let's go back.
I want the people to see the book cover for that.
All right, hold on. Let's go back to that.
Go to Amazon and type in.
I'm gonna type in Jew.
Type in Mountain Jew.
Mountain Jew. Okay.
Yep. Mountain and then DJOU.
DJOU. Okay. I gotta go under books. Oh, I see it here.
Yeah, pull that on the screen.
Let's pull this up. Hold on. Electrician's prayer manual. Mountain equals Jew. True and living Kemetic science.
But look at that cover.
Let's put the cover on.
This is letting you know that they know your information.
I'm looking at the cover now.
Why would they think about that? Why would we have a soda called Mountain Dew?
Mountain Dew. Oh, mountain.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Oh shit.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. And that's where the slave plantation for sugar started, and sodas liquefy. I'm out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Enqi. Make sure y'all go get the course. Enqi, thank you for coming through. I can't wait to see you again.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, and Hotep to everybody that listened to all of us. I appreciate y'all that appreciate us, that hung out with us, even the haters.
Go take care of the kids, man. Appreciate you.
They going crazy.
Wow. Wow. Chat. One's in the chat. Tell me your mind is now blown. We was Jews, nigga.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Enqi's a genius. Enqi is a genius.
This a real Hotep.
Wow. How much learning did we get today? Mind is blown, man. Oh. He dropped so much science on us today. Lord have mercy. Now we got to go back and watch the video over again. Jesus Christmas. What was the name of the book he said where the dudes was rewriting the education, the Rockefeller? What's the name of that book, chat? Pop quiz. What's the name of that book he said? Yeah, Enqi smoked this shit. Shout out Hotep though dudes in the chat. Man. Oh my God. Enqi dropped so much information. I don't know if I'm classified to be a Hotep. Mueller, yeah, Mueller was in there. He was mentioned in there, right? We was mountain Jews. Weapons of mass instruction. I need that book ASAP. I need this one. Let me go ahead and save this to my notes. This is gonna have to get. This is going in. That's gonna be in the homeschooling course. We got to put that one right there. We got to put that one in the homeschooling course. Let's just bookmark that. Save that for later. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are y'all gonna get your chakras activated? Chakras is canceled. We is not doing no chakra activation. Oh Lord, this nigga said they got a brown chakra. Oh God, I don't know. I was over here studying Russian history and communism. And while I'm studying Russian history and communism, these niggas is turning into booty pirates in the conscious community. I'm glad I missed that whole era. I would have lost it. I would have got canceled. I'm glad I missed this because I would have got canceled. Black people would have been like, yo, you sold out. You turning your back against the people. I'm glad I missed all this because I'd have been like, yo, what? Booty activation? Nah, not having that. Nope. I'm glad I missed that. Heather said, definitely getting that book, Homeschool for my boy. Yeah, that's got to be an ASAP cop. I'm getting this Enqi book, Naturopathy. That's a must cop. Glam is scary outside. I don't even know what the fuck's going on no more, bro. Our eyes can't see green. Well, I knew that already, but that green I didn't know. Because I know about the interpretation of colors. Like the colors that you see are not what they are. They're everything but what they are. That's like, yeah, that's something I learned. I think Demick put me up on that actually about a decade ago. Yeah. So much information, man. So much information. But the mountain Jews, they call us Jews. And the Hebrews got the nerve to run. Man, listen, nigga. It's our shit now, nigga. Wait, what did he say? The Hebrew word for... Oh, ani. The Hebrew word for ani was what again, y'all? I am. And that points directly to the papyri of ani. Oh, man. Oh, man. So much gems. So much gems. So much gems. I'm going to keep the party going. I'm going over my chess channel. I got to decompress and play some chess. I'm going to play some chess for a couple hours. Kick.com/HotepJesus. If y'all want to see some chess get played, you can join me over there. I'm about to head over there like right now. Make sure I hit the share button on this. Tell everybody how amazing this was. And I'm going to see y'all again for the next broadcast. Shout out to Jabari for the super chat. Shout out to Kick, all my supporters are on Kick. They the ones that bless us. Sacred Soldier, Natty Smurf, Jay, Jason Strong, Diesel, Darion Gario, Hotep Shalom. Appreciate y'all for holding me down on the super chats. I'm out of here, man. Be well, stay merry. Tell somebody in your family that you love them. And as always, Hotep and build.
2, 1, boom. Hotep Jesus.
Of all the Jesuses I know, he's the Hotepiest. Social scientist and YouTube host, Hotep Jesus.
How the fuck do you get a name like Hotep Jesus?
The one and only Hotep Jesus.
Ryan Sharp, better known to the world as Hotep Jesus.
Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Somebody said, what do you think you are? Some kind of Hotep Jesus?
Ooh,
and
that's
I was
good.
Just like, ooh, that's sexy. Yes, I do think I'm Hotep Jesus.